You ready to go? The Committee on Science, Space, and Technology will come to order. Without objection, the Chair is authorized to declare recesses of the committee at any time. Pursuant to Committee Rule 2F and House Rule 112H4, the Chair announces that he may postpone roll call votes on matters on which the yeas and nays are ordered until the end of the markup. What I propose to do here is just start opening statements, and I'm going to give mine, and I hope the ranking member, who I understand is on her way, will be here to give her opening statement. And also to explain why we're starting at this time. It was at the minority request that we postpone this markup from 9:15 this morning until 11 o'clock so that they would have time to do two things. One, attend the Nelson Mandela celebration roughly from 10 to 11, and there was a Democratic whip meeting from 9 to 10. So we have gone out of our way to try to accommodate the minority request, but the official time was 11:15, about 15 minutes ago, so I think it's appropriate that we begin. And as I say, I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes for an opening statement. The NASA Authorization Act offers us the opportunity to set goals and establish priorities for the greatest space program in the world. That is our responsibility, to take the initiative, make decisions, and govern. Since the last congressional authorization for NASA in 2010, our committee has benefited from much expert advice. Over the course of many hearings, we have heard testimony from NASA on its multi-mission programs, from distinguished scientists and astronauts about the new frontiers of space exploration, and have learned from seasoned aerospace program managers what large, complex space systems are needed to carry out NASA's missions. This information enables our committee to provide a roadmap with realistic budget authorizations to accomplish NASA's goals. We have based our authorization for NASA on a go-as-we-can-afford-to-pay strategy as reflected by the Budget Control Act of 2011. The Budget Control Act was endorsed by members on both sides of the aisle and signed into law by the President. We should not ignore the law of the land, even if we don't agree with it. I remain hopeful that the House and Senate will find a mutually agreed-upon solution this fall to repeal and replace the Budget Control Act in order to deal with our nation's overall debt. Until such a deal is struck, we should stay within the overall funding caps of the Budget Control Act. And we should assume the same authorization level in 2014 that agencies like NASA received in appropriations this year. In my view, it would be irresponsible for the authorizing committee to ignore fiscal realities and then leave the hard decisions to others that we should make ourselves. In adhering to the Budget Control Act, the difference in the amount of funds authorized by this bill compared to the President's budget is only about 5%. The desire by some members to draw partisan lines over that 5% is what leads the American people to be frustrated with Congress and what leads Congress to be viewed as dysfunctional. If we followed the intent of the Budget Control Act, I do believe we could agree on mutual priorities for NASA. These priorities include funding the Space Launch System and Orion crew vehicle, the Commercial Crew Program, keeping the International Space Station and Hubble Space Telescope operating, launching the James Webb Space Telescope, and supporting NASA's unique planetary exploration program. It's never too late to work together, and I'm hopeful that my Democratic colleagues will agree to abide by the Budget Control Act. As I said, if we do, I suspect we could largely agree on priorities. Meanwhile, we have a good bill before us that will maintain and in some ways even strengthen our space program. I want to thank the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Palazzo, for his work on this bill and urge my colleagues to support it. I'm hoping that the ranking member will be here shortly so I can recognize her for an opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, now that we're waiting, perhaps we could hear some stories from Ralph Hall about the great state of Texas.
Uh-oh. Mr. Chairman, could I be recognized for 2 hours? You all know Ensign Gay, the hero of the Battle of Midway torpedo bomber. Ensign Gay, George Gay. He said, don't ever ask anybody if they're from Texas, because if they are, they'll tell you. And if they're not, there's no reason to embarrass them. I yield back.
get this done and wait that part.
Yeah, I know. There is a way to do it. It's like to do it in the Texas legislature, I suspect.
You need a motion.
Okay. I am told we will be able to continue eminently. As tempting as it is to do the manager's amendment by unanimous consent and move straight to final passage, we are going to wait for the minority members to arrive, and they may be doing so right now. I apologize to those who have had to wait. We did intend to start a few minutes ago.
Any chance the chairman would reconsider that position?
I now recognize the ranking member, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Johnson, for her opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I will attempt to be relatively brief. My view of this legislation that we are marking up today has not changed since the subcommittee markup last week. It is a bad, bad bill. And while I and my Democratic colleagues will be offering amendments to address a number of the bill's shortcomings, I don't expect that any will be accepted that would fix the fundamental problems with this legislation. Given that, unless Ms. Edwards' amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted, I plan to vote against the bill and urge my colleagues to do the same. At the subcommittee markup, I said that the bill we are considering today will hurt the NASA centers and workforce, cripple the agency's ability to carry out all of the responsibilities the nation has given it, and put NASA on a path of mediocrity. And I stand by those words today. It gives me no pleasure to say that this is a terribly flawed piece of legislation. I deeply wish it was not. And I want to make clear that I don't object to the bill simply because it is a Republican bill. This committee has a long history of bipartisan support for NASA, and Republican members in the past have been fierce advocates for a robust and ambitious space program for the nation. Yet, this NASA authorization bill breaks with that proud tradition, and I frankly am at a loss to understand it. Instead of upholding a long-standing Republican tradition on this committee of strong support for NASA, this bill instead makes deep cuts to NASA's funding, even cutting the funding for NASA's field centers, including Johnson, Stennis, Marshall, and Kennedy, as well as other centers. It underfunds NASA's SLS program, in spite of the testimony by the majority's own expert witnesses that such funding shortfalls would be setting the SLS program up for failure. It even cuts the account that funds NASA's safety and mission assurance activities, something I know that former Chairman Hall cared deeply about. Why are my Republican colleagues, some of whom represent NASA centers and the employees of the NASA contractor community, putting NASA on a path to decline and jeopardizing the jobs and programs of their constituents? I wish I knew. At the subcommittee markup, we were told that sequestration was making them do it. But of course, the Budget Control Act doesn't put any limitations on authorizations, not any. We were also told that Democrats were spending too much money on welfare and other social programs, so we somehow had to punish NASA for that. But of course, this committee has no jurisdiction over any of those social programs. The reality is that we could cut NASA's funding to zero, and that action would have no impact on the broader fiscal issues facing this nation. But it would mean that we were walking away from something that has made this nation great and has inspired generations of young people. Mr. Chairman, we are an authorizing committee. We need to carry out the serious oversight and craft the best policies possible for the activities within our jurisdiction. NASA is an engine of technological innovation and scientific advancement, a creator of good skilled jobs, a symbol of American preeminence, and a source of national inspiration and pride. Yet, the legislation we are marking up today takes NASA in the wrong direction and weakens it when we should be strengthening the agency to meet the challenges of the 21st century. We can and should do better, and I hope we eventually will come together to forge a good bipartisan bill for NASA that reaffirms this committee's long tradition of support for America's space and aeronautics programs. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Without objection, other members' statements will be made a part of the record. And pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 2687, introduced by Representative Palazzo and myself, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration Authorization Act of 2013, and the clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 2687, a bill to authorize the programs of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration and for other purposes. Be it enacted by the Senate and the House of...
Without objection, the bill will be considered as read, and I'll now recognize Mr. Palazzo for 5 minutes for an opening statement on the bill. After Mr. Palazzo, we'll recognize the ranking member of the Space Subcommittee.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd also like to thank Chairman Smith for his kind words about the bill before us today and his unwavering commitment to our nation's space program. We've tried to lead this process in the most open and transparent manner possible with a commitment to working with all the stakeholders. I truly feel this is a model for other committees. In preparing a bill that could be marked up at the full committee today, we held multiple hearings regarding the future of NASA, provided a discussion draft with a full week notice before a legislative hearing, conducted a subcommittee mark on a committee print that was provided to all members a full week in advance, and we're now once again providing an opportunity for amendments today. While I wasn't around for the 2010 authorization bill, it is my understanding that this year's process has been much more inclusive and transparent, and that has certainly been my goal. The bill before us ensures sustainability of purpose and budget for high-priority programs and gives direction to NASA on future endeavors. It continues the direction that Congress provided in successive authorization acts in 2005, 2008, and 2010. This bill properly invests in the continued development of the next generation of human spaceflight systems by investing in the Space Launch System and Orion crew capsule. It also ensures efficient and effective utilization of the International Space Station, the on-schedule development of the Commercial Crew Program, and continued delivery of supplies with the Commercial Resupply Services Program. Funding authorized for the Science Mission Directorate ensures critical programs such as the James Webb Space Telescope will continue on schedule. This bill ensures a balanced portfolio of science missions programs by simply scaling back growth in the Earth science budget from the last 5 years. It also prevents other agencies from using NASA as a piggy bank for projects they can't afford or can't justify. The programs, projects, and activities within the Aeronautics Mission Directorate and Space Technology Program infuse valuable technologies into our commercial markets. That is why we continue to provide funding for high-priority items, as well as continued guidance for the development of roadmaps and technologies. As has been stated many times on both sides of the aisle, the proposed consolidation of education programs into other agencies is poorly conceived and lacks any coherent strategy. This bill prohibits the reorganization at NASA. Additionally, the administration requested funding for an asteroid retrieval mission. Once again, members on both sides of the aisle have echoed the concerns expressed by the scientific and engineering communities regarding this poorly defined mission. This bill prohibits NASA from doing any work on the project until a report on the proposal and more detail can be produced. In both the case of the STEM education program reorganization and the asteroid retrieval mission, the administration communicated very little to Congress before announcing the initiatives. In the past, Congress and NASA had a great working relationship and regularly discussed large changes or proposals at the agency. Yet in recent years, NASA has proposed policy shifts time and time again without doing the requisite outreach and technical work. It is in the best interest of the nation for the administration to do a better job of preparing these proposals before bringing them to lawmakers for funding. I want to take a moment now to address some of the issues that arose last week at the subcommittee markup. when several members expressed interest on working together to improve specific sections of the bill before us today. I'm happy to say that we have worked diligently over the last week to work out these differences and come to agreements and compromises on the provisions in question, many of which have been included in the manager's amendment we will take up later. There's one issue that my friends on the other side of the aisle cannot seem to see pass, and that is the funding levels of the bill, which are commensurate with the Budget Control Act. We continue to hear from the minority that the Budget Control Act does not limit authorizations. The Budget Control Act, however, does limit actual spending. I would also like to point out that this bill provides room for NASA funding to grow should a budget agreement be reached. I have the utmost respect for our friends in the minority, and I'm glad they weighed in with an alternative proposal. However, I don't understand why an authorizing committee would pass a bill that authorized funding levels above what is legally allowed, knowing that such actions would make this bill dead on arrival in both the House and the Senate. I also find this particularly interesting since more minority members of this committee voted for the Budget Control Act than majority members. While it is safe to say everyone on this committee would like to see more funding for NASA, we must do the best with the hand we've been dealt. To do otherwise would be an abdication of leadership and of our responsibility as authorizers. It is imperative that we pass the bill before us today. It directs NASA to develop a roadmap for human exploration, fully funds the next generation of exploration vehicles, preserves funding for robotic exploration, ensures the next generation of space telescopes are launched on time, allows for the full utilization of the International Space Station, and develops U.S. capabilities to access low Earth orbit. Conversely, the minority proposals would continue our dependence on Russia to access the International Space Station, allow the administration to continue its reorganization of NASA's highly successful outreach programs despite bipartisan concerns, and support an asteroid retrieval mission that NASA's own advisory committees have called into question. Today, this committee has an opportunity to come together at a crucial time in our nation's history and deliver another bipartisan authorization act that gives NASA the guidance and stability it desperately needs. The good men and women who serve their country at NASA and who have devoted their lives to pushing the boundaries of human knowledge deserve no less, and neither do the American people. Mr. Chairman, I support the bill with the manager's amendment as filed with the full committee, and I urge my colleagues to do so as well. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Palazzo. The gentlewoman from Maryland, Ms. Edwards, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to say at the outset that while our relationships between the chairman of the subcommittee, and this side of the aisle have been friendly, I think it's important for us not to confuse friendship with bipartisanship when it comes to writing legislation. Mr. Chairman, NASA is critical to this nation. We've all acknowledged that. It's critical to our economic strength and viability. Unfortunately, in the past few years, not only have we not funded NASA adequately, including its partners in the private sector, we've also not given it the kind of direction that's needed to reflect the unique role that NASA plays in our economy. As an authorizing committee, it is not contrary to law for us to authorize what we believe is necessary for the agency, its partners, and the research community to do their job. Indeed, it is our job to set policy and to set vision. And it is the job of the appropriators, and that is why we divide our responsibilities between authorization and appropriation. And it is the job of the Appropriations Committee to balance the resources over a number of different priorities to make sure that the work is funded the way it needs. And so I would say that for us to set a challenging vision is an important responsibility for this committee. One that is challenging and meets the commensurate responsibilities of the employees, the contractors, the university and research community, so that they can seize on and translate into inspiring missions, programs, and projects the work of the 21st century. But as I've said before, we have a role in setting a vision. But we also have to realize that we are not the scientists and engineers. They are. And it is their job to begin to put the pieces together that meet that vision. But now, in the manager's amendment, coupled with the base bill, the majority has decided to task NASA with very challenging missions, but not to provide the kind of resources that are really going to allow the agency to succeed. And I would note that the Senate appropriators have matched the levels that are included in the minority substitute. And so I think that there is a pathway forward if this committee acts as an authorizing committee. As expressed during last week's subcommittee markup and stated by the majority's own witnesses during hearings last month on the draft legislation, the bill before us falls far short. Not only does it not contain funding commensurate with NASA's task that it's being asked to undertake, it gives the agency additional unfunded mandates, such as requiring it to start developing a flagship Class W first science mission while it works to complete the James Webb Space Telescope. As a committee, we should also be concerned about the bill's cuts to the account that funds management and operations at our NASA field centers and risk such cuts such cuts pose to NASA's ability to complete its core missions. I think if you look at the minority substitute that we'll consider, what you will see is a balance of all the work that goes on at each of the NASA centers, valuing their employees, valuing their work, and valuing the multi-mission obligations of the space agency and a unique contribution to space exploration. It balances it. And if we're going to make decisions about what needs to stay or go, then we also have to look at how we consolidate some of those activities, because the work that's being proposed by the majority simply cannot be accomplished and would eventually devastate and decimate our space exploration program. I think we all share the goal of a strong and vibrant civil space program. And I know we all say we want to work in a long-enjoyed spirit of bipartisanship that has been the hallmark of this committee. But I really just can't see how we can get there from here with this bill. I would urge the majority to set aside what we are doing right now and to start over. There is no rush, but we have an obligation to get it right for our scientific and our space community. I think that they've set NASA, sadly, on an unfortunate path to failure. And I really hope that at some point we can agree that the agency, the contracting community, that the scientific community deserves so much more than we're delivering. Later in the markup, as I said, I'll be submitting an amendment that I hope will be the foundation for continued bipartisan support that will ensure a 21st century space innovation agenda. And with that, I yield.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. Without objection, the bill is open to amendment at any point. We will proceed with amendments in the order they are listed in the roster. And the first amendment is the manager's amendment, and the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2687, offered by Mr. Smith of Texas. Page 5, line 10, insert, quote, of which...
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and I'll recognize myself for the purpose of explaining the amendment. The manager's amendment reflects valuable input from a broad array of members and stakeholders. This builds upon the transparent manner in which we have managed this bill, and I commend Chairman Palazzo for his outreach and willingness to work with all parties. The manager's amendment includes several provisions that add clarity to the bill and ensure that NASA's resources are utilized to the greatest extent possible. Based on the discussion at the subcommittee markup, the manager's amendment clarifies the Space Launch System funding line of $1.8 billion and includes funding for a launch pad. It allows for increased funding for space technology in the event that an agreement is met on the Budget Control Act. It adds language that supports NASA's collaboration among international partners, the commercial sectors, and not-for-profits to achieve the agency's goals. The manager's amendment requires the NASA administrator to conduct a contest with elementary and secondary school students to name elements of NASA's exploration program. NASA's education and public outreach is an important element of STEM education, and this provision allows young people to name the world's largest rocket, which will launch astronauts to the Moon and Mars. The amendment also includes language that reaffirms the importance of the Aerospace Safety Advisory Panel and requires NASA to comply with the panel's safety recommendations. The amendment includes language that requires the administrator to utilize the International Space Station for science and space technology missions wherever possible. We have invested a tremendous amount of time and money in the International Space Station, and we need to use it. Members of this committee on both sides of the aisle have expressed concerns regarding the administration's proposed STEM educational reorganization plan. In addition to prohibiting this consolidation from taking place in the underlying bill, the manager's amendment requires the continuation of the National Space Grant College and Fellowship Program to maintain one of NASA's most successful and important education programs. For potentially hazardous Earth-crossing asteroids, the manager's amendment requires the initial report on the Near-Earth Object Survey to be issued by the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy instead of by the NASA administrator. This will ensure greater coordination across all agencies of the federal government. NASA will continue to provide annual updates on their activities toward the NEO survey goal. The manager's amendment also adds a section to NASA's report on its proposed asteroid retrieval mission to explain how the mission would boost future planetary defense missions. Planetary defense has repeatedly been used as a justification for the proposed mission without a specific explanation of how this specific mission will improve our planetary defense capabilities. The amendment expands the required report on orbital debris mitigation to include any orbital debris mitigation concepts and technological options that have been developed or funded across federal agencies. Finally, the manager's amendment will add language to address the detection and avoidance of counterfeit electronic parts by bringing NASA in line with current Department of Defense requirements. Again, I'd like to commend Chairman Palazzo as well as all of the GOP members that contributed to the manager's amendment for their cooperation and valuable suggestions, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Are there any other? The ranking member, Ms. Johnson, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak on the manager's amendment. I am in opposition to the amendment, not because it would make the underlying bill markedly worse than it already is, but because it does nothing to address the objectionable features of the bill. Let me give just a few examples. It continues the majority's contortions on the SLS program, once again breaking out the funding for the ground support work at the Kennedy Space Center as a separate account, thereby cutting the funding for the SLS vehicle development program back to the level that Representative Brooks himself said was unacceptable a few weeks ago, and cutting it back to a level that outside experts also consider inadequate. In addition, the manager's amendment continues the policy in the underlying bill of allocating any additional funding that becomes available in a manner that excludes providing any additional funds to NASA's science program. This is despite the fact that the underlying bill had cut NASA's Earth Science program by 1/3. I could go on, but I think you get my point. Whatever minor improvements the manager's amendments may make are more than overridden by its perpetuation of the flawed policy provisions in the base bill. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Are there other members who wish to be heard? The gentleman from Georgia,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Brown, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the chairman for yielding. I'm pleased to support the manager's amendment, which includes language that I submitted to reduce NASA's potential exposure to counterfeit electronic parts, which have infiltrated the aerospace industry supply chain. Under current law, NASA must spend billions of taxpayers' dollars, not to mention the huge burden of time, to test and verify every electronic part that they use so that they may be certain that the lives of astronauts and pilots are not at risk. Section 714 of the manager's amendment would ensure that NASA is provided the same protections as the Department of Defense against counterfeit products, giving contractors and suppliers clear and consistent responsibilities for detecting and avoiding the use of counterfeit electronic parts. This language also placed the burden of proof and funding on the contractors to test and verify every electronic part provided to NASA. I believe that this provision would go a long way towards protecting those who work on the cutting edge of aerospace industry, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Are there other members who wish to be heard on this? The gentlewoman from Maryland, Ms. Edwards, is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I also oppose the amendment on the grounds that my key problems with the bill, as I've discussed before, are severe underfunding, and those are still not addressed in the manager's amendment. For example, the SLS vehicle development is underfunded as recommended. We've discussed the earth sciences area is underfunded. In fact, goes back to funding at 2008 funding levels, and space technology is underfunded. This really undercuts the work of the agency. If we task NASA with challenging missions, and we should, it's our duty and our responsibility to provide the resources that allow the agency and its partners to succeed. Clearly, the base bill hasn't done that, and the manager's amendment doesn't do anything to change it, and I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Edwards. The gentleman from California, Mr. Rohrabacher, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I support this amendment and would like to thank you, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Palazzo, and the committee staff in working closely with me and my office to resolve some of the most significant concerns that I expressed during the subcommittee process. This amendment fixes the problems I mentioned with Section 215 by defining what procurement method NASA must use for particular programs and allows NASA to make reasonable determinations on such matters. The reworked Section 215 ensures NASA accountability for the Aerospace Safety Advisory Board panel's recommendations and helps to keep a very strong focus on safety throughout the NASA programs. Other provisions in this amendment reflect the importance of space technology and the opportunities of working with both commercial companies and inspirational not-for-profit organizations on both science and exploration goals. So I would ask my colleagues to join me in voting yes on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Rohrabacher. There's no further discussion. The vote occurs on the manager's amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Nay. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. We will now proceed in the order in which they are listed with other amendments, and the next amendment is an amendment in the nature of a substitute to be offered by the gentlewoman from Maryland, Ms. Edwards.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I have an amendment at the desk.
And the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2687, offered by Ms. Edwards of Maryland.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentlewoman is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we've discussed, there's really no getting around the fact that the bill we're marking up today still cuts NASA's funding in fiscal year 2014 by almost $1 billion from the President's request. Over the years, the erosion of NASA's purchasing power has been quite dramatic. And it's not just the well-publicized programs such as the James Webb Space Telescope, International Space Station, the Space Launch System, and Orion. It has disrupted the activities at virtually all of NASA's field centers. The constant picking away at the account that funds field center operations is close to causing irreparable harm to the agency. Funding NASA, our nation's crown jewel, at sequestration levels as this bill proposes is a choice. It is not a legal requirement, not required under the Budget Control Act. It's a choice that I can't support, and that's why I'm again submitting an amendment in the nature of a substitute. Mr. Chairman, this amendment provides a pragmatic path forward that will give NASA a clear sense of purpose and direction in a way that also recognizes the nation's need for fiscal restraint. The reality is that NASA should be funded at levels that are actually billions of dollars more than I am proposing, but I offer these funding levels in recognition of the current fiscal environment. I think the agency could really make things work with a budget of $18.1 billion. The 1958 Space Act and countless NASA authorizations since then have stated the policy that NASA is and should remain a multi-mission agency with a balanced and robust set of core missions in science, aeronautics, space technology, and human spaceflight and exploration. My amendment continues that tradition. Mr. Chairman, this amendment does a number of important and necessary things. It preserves NASA's purchasing power relative to fiscal year 2012 enacted levels by authorizing $18.1 billion for FY 2014, with inflationary increases over the 3-year authorization period of fiscal year 2014 through 2016. And 3 years is quite important, Mr. Chairman, because it gives some stability both to the agency and its workers, but to the entire space community. It provides a clear goal for NASA's human spaceflight program of a crewed mission to the surface of Mars and a required roadmap that identifies intermediate destinations and activities that contribute to enabling the effective achievement of that goal. The amendment recognizes the Space Launch System and Orion crew vehicles as the highest priority for carrying out the Mars goal and authorizes needed increases to keep those programs on track, bringing SLS to $1.8 billion in fiscal year 2016, with additional funds provided for needed ground systems. The bill that's being marked up today has an SLS figure of $1.8 billion that includes ground systems. Now, I understand that the manager's amendment clarifies funding for the ground systems, but this brings us right back to where we started: insufficient funds to make SLS successful. Simple math shows that in 2014, my amendment would fund SLS vehicle development and necessary ground systems at $1.97 billion. This compares with $1.8 billion in the committee's bill. This is not just nitpicking. Both the expert witnesses who testified on the majority's bill, their witnesses at a recent hearing, stressed the importance of not underfunding the SLS program, and my amendment takes that advice to heart. Returning to other parts of my amendment, it emphasizes congressional commitment to safety in NASA's human spaceflight activities by requiring independent review of NASA's commercial crew safety processes and procedures, and provides for measures that will enable full government oversight and insight to ensure safety. The amendment provides robust funding for commercial crew system development of $700 million a year. And as you know, I had not been a big fan of commercial crew until we had hearings in this committee, and I've come around, and that is reflected in the funding levels in my substitute. It maintains our commitment to the International Space Station operations through 2020 and initiates a process for determining if and how long ISS should operate beyond 2020. The amendment authorizes increases for ISS research to augment discovery-based science and maximize the full and productive utilization of this unique laboratory. It restores planetary science to $1.5 billion, following recent cuts to the program. The amendment maintains a sound Earth Sciences program authorized at the President's request that ensures observing systems development and advanced research, knowledge, and applied data uses that benefit society. And Mr. Chairman, I know that NASA Goddard, which is located just outside my district, does a significant amount of earth science work. But I want to highlight that this research benefits and is conducted across our entire nation, monitoring vegetation, crop condition, and mapping the extent of floodwater from active floods to help inform local and regional officials, and even routine use by operational weather forecasters in the southern region of the National Weather Service through NASA's Short-Term Prediction Research and Transition Center in Huntsville, Alabama. And I could go on. My amendment would ensure that NASA has sufficient resources to keep its environmental cleanup commitments in communities across the country. The amendment sustains a stable aeronautics research program, recognizes the importance of investing in space technology, sustains NASA's science, technology, engineering, and math education activities, which we all agree should be maintained within NASA. And finally, the fact is that we're presented with a choice. We can choose to drastically reduce our federal investments in civil space, or we can take a look at the future of space exploration and choose to invest resources to ensure U.S. leadership in global space and science. The amendment makes a strong and clear choice to invest in a 21st century space agenda. Mr. Chairman, I hope we can work together with members on both sides of the aisle to ensure that NASA's mission is clear, that it continues to inspire the public and the workforce, and that it's balanced across all of the centers of activities across this country. And with that, I'd urge support of my amendment.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Edwards. Let me say that while we might disagree with the substance of this amendment or other amendments that she might offer, we will recognize that she is always articulate and knowledgeable. I'll recognize the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Palazzo, to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The primary concern I have with the gentlelady's amendment, which I raised at subcommittee, is that it does not acknowledge the realities of the world in which we live. By refusing to prioritize and make the tough choices, our friends on the other side of the aisle would have us put forth unworkable solutions. That would be a failure of leadership and guidance at a time when NASA desperately needs both. This is not what our constituents sent us to do in Congress. The fact is, Congress can't appropriate funding levels above what is allowed by the Budget Control Act. So why would we authorize levels appropriators can't fund? Either way you slice it, it would be irresponsible to send a bill out of this committee to die because it contains unrealistic budget numbers. The real problem here is that all discretionary budgets, NASA, national defense, infrastructure, will continue to shrink as long as mandatory spending continues to grow out of control. As I said last week, discretionary spending is not the problem. However, if we fail to address mandatory spending, a day will likely come when NASA will have to shut its doors. So we can make one another the enemy and fail to produce solutions, or we can work together to do the best with the hand we've been dealt. And then, if we're serious about taking on this problem, we can work together on a budget deal that addresses mandatory spending. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Palazzo. Are there other members who wish to be recognized? The ranking member, Ms. Johnson, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It should come as no surprise that I'd like to speak in support of Ms. Edwards' amendment. I was happy to be an original co-sponsor of H.R. 2616, on which this amendment is based, because I believe it provides a balanced and fiscally responsible path for NASA's programs. Ms. Edwards has already described the many positive features of her amendment, so I'm not going to take the time to restate them. Instead, I would just like to point out that in the week since the majority's bill was marked up at subcommittee, the Senate CGS Appropriations Subcommittee has marked its bill and has provided an appropriations for $18 billion for NASA, very close to the funding levels in Ms. Edwards' amendment, and almost $1.4 billion more than the majority's bill would provide. And so I would note that Senator Shelby, the ranking Republican member on the CGS subcommittee, supported that NASA funding level, stating, "These funds will give NASA the ability to maintain key schedules for ongoing missions and activities, including development of a heavy lift launch vehicle, while funding ongoing activities of the International Space Station and other important research activities. Based on the Senate appropriations markup, I would expect that the Senate Commerce Committee is likely to provide at least that same level of funding for NASA in its NASA authorization bill." Why am I spending time talking about the Senate actions on NASA? Because it is clear to me that having to limit NASA to sequestration level funding in fiscal year 2014 and beyond is not at all a foregone conclusion. The Senate action makes it abundantly clear. So if this committee wants to be relevant, I think we need to be making up a bill that is consistent with the overall NASA funding level that the Senate is already supporting. And the Edwards Amendment does just that. We can, of course, disagree on the funding allocations for specific programs, but I really don't believe that any of my Republican colleagues on this committee thinks it makes sense to cut NASA's budget given the task we have asked NASA to carry out. So I would hope that we could pass the Edwards Amendment in the nature of a substitute today, and then work to bring a good bipartisan NASA bill to the floor at level of funding that NASA needs and deserves. I stand ready to work with Chairman Smith, Chairman Palazzo, Ranking Member Edwards, and all members of the committee to make that happen. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Are there any other members who wish to be heard on the Edwards Amendment? If not, the vote occurs on the Edwards Amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to request a record vote.
Okay. A roll call has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 2F and House Rule 112H4. Proceedings on this vote will be postponed. Let me say to members that I expect to postpone all requests for recorded votes, and members can expect, I hope, to be voting on these later this afternoon, just so people will be able to plan accordingly. We will proceed with our amendments. We have, I believe, 34, of which I believe we're going to accept 8. And we will, let's see, the next, okay. The next amendment is number 3 on our list, and I understand the gentleman from Massachusetts is going to be offering that amendment instead of Mr. Berra. Is that correct?
That's true, Mr. Chairman.
The
Thank
gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for the purpose of offering an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I stand to offer the amendment authored by Mr. Berra of California. The NASA Space Technology Director builds, tests, and flies the technology required for our missions for tomorrow. The program was reestablished in the 2010 Authorization Bill and is critical to any future endeavor at NASA. The bill we are discussing today drastically cuts the authorization level for this program by nearly $250 million below the administration's fiscal year 2014 request. I realize and recognize that our current fiscal restraints, but I'm highly concerned that if limited to the funding level authorized by this bill, NASA will have to terminate many existing projects that have already begun paying dividends. Space technology supports projects like in-space propulsion, robotics, composite gyro tank, radiation shielding, supersonic aerodynamic decelerator, and cryogenic fuel storage projects. If we are serious about expanding and supporting human space exploration, this is a critical piece. Recognizing the current budget constraints, this amendment increases the authorized level for space technology by $115 million. This is a balance between the administration's FY14 request and the level in the underlying bill. As my colleague, Mr. Berra, planned to say, quote, "As a child who grew up during the space race, I remember marveling at the United States' accomplishments as we sent men to the moon, saw them walk in space, and explored the world beyond our atmosphere. Today, our reach into space is much further and our goals much broader. If we are to reach our goals in deep space, Mars, and beyond, then we must invest in space technology, which enables these missions. The next great leaps in space exploration, whether it's an asteroid, the moon, or Mars, require significant and sustained investments in space technology." Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Without objection, we will assume that the amendment has been reported, and the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Bridenstine, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to voice my opposition to this amendment. I think it's a noble goal. The challenges I have are the fact that we have, as a nation, 4 years in a row of trillion-dollar deficits, and this has drastically affected the poor in our country. It has drastically affected seniors on fixed incomes. We as a nation, we have to sell bonds if we have trillion-dollar deficits, and historically we could sell those bonds, and right now we're in a position where those bonds are being purchased by the Federal Reserve, weakening the U.S. dollar, which makes prices go up for the people that are most vulnerable in our society, the poor. So the prices on food are higher, the prices on gasoline, price on housing, all these prices are higher, and this adversely affects the poor more than anyone else in our society. It also adversely affects seniors on fixed incomes. When the Fed prints money and they create this money and they buy these bonds, they artificially drive the price of the bonds up. Interest rates then are artificially lower than they otherwise would be. So seniors on fixed incomes who have lived their whole lives and saved and been appropriate are now faced at their retirement. They're not able to get a return on their investment in order to keep their standard of living. A lot of people in my district are coming out of retirement. A lot of people in my district can't retire. And it's because of these trillion-dollar deficits, this massive overspending. And I think that it's time that we reverse course. Interestingly, every time we talk about these items, the poor are affected adversely the most, and then we create more and more government solutions to help the poor, which further exacerbates the problem. We have to reverse this cycle, and I know that this is only $115 million. Where I come from, that's a lot of money, but it seems like in this town it's not a lot of money. The challenge here is it's like eating M&Ms. We were at Harvard together for the orientation. They talked about, you know, we're eating M&Ms here. Every M&M is only 3 calories, but in this particular case, you eat enough of them and it adds up and it hurts us. And this is a perfect example of eating M&Ms. The difference is, I think, when you eat M&Ms, you're adversely affecting yourself. In this particular case, we're spending money that doesn't belong to us, and we're adversely affecting people that aren't us. So I would say that this is a well-intended amendment, but I would oppose it for the good of our nation. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Bridenstine. Mr. Bridenstine, you may have set for the history books the new M&M defense. But appreciate your comments. Are there other members who wish to be heard on this? The gentlewoman from Maryland, Ms. Edwards, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for your patience as well. I wanted to call our attention, and I am in support of the gentleman's amendment, but I wanted to call your attention to a letter that all of us at the leadership level on the committee have received from a group of space companies located across this country who participate in space technology and understand how vital space technology and investing in space technology is to our future. And in particular, they say, and I quote, NASA and the nation face a very different future if the space technology account is funded in the draft House Authorization Subcommittee level of $500 million in fiscal year 2014 and fiscal year 2015. This proposed reduction in funding for space technology relative to the appropriated in FY 2012 less 13% and FY 2013 less 22% will not keep NASA on a path aligned with 21st century innovation and job creation. And so, Mr. Chairman, I share that concern from companies like Ball Aerospace at the core of technology, Blue Origin, the Georgia Institute of Technology, which is so deeply rooted in this kind of technology development, to MIT, Masten Space Systems, Next Gen Space, Orbitech, Planet Labs. I mean, these are companies and institutions who are at the center of 21st century innovation, and they know the damage this will do, the damage it will do in terms of recruitment, the damage it will do in terms of putting ourselves truly on a path of greatness. And so I am in complete support of the amendment, anything that we can do to improve the underlying legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. The gentleman from California, Mr. Rohrbacher, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this amendment to increase the funding in this bill, the funding level in this bill. I would like to note that I would have preferred to support this particular amendment, which would increase the authorization amount for space technology, which I happen to believe is worthwhile, and I also believe it to be underfunded. But I cannot support a fiscally irresponsible increase in the total authorization of this legislation. Had it been fiscally responsible, with an equal reduction somewhere else in NASA's programs, then I would have been really in a position where I could support the bill. But this and a series of amendments which will follow do not take the responsible course. They simply raise the total spending level of the bill in total contradiction to the Budget Control Act, which is essentially our pathway for the United States to prevent a catastrophe for our children and our people in the future. Why do we want to get off the pathway and back on the road to an economic catastrophe? Mr. Chairman, I have triplets at home who are 9 years old, and one of them came to me the other day, and she had a loose tooth, and it's her baby teeth, and she's lost her baby teeth, but now there's this tooth that's loose, and it came out, and she came to me with this tooth, and she said, "Daddy, should I put this under my pillow? And will the tooth fairy give me some money if I put it under the pillow?" And I said, well, the entire federal budget is predicated on that notion. And the fact is that the tooth fairy isn't putting money under our pillow. And I would urge my colleagues to vote against tooth fairy budgeting, because that's what we're having here. Rather than coming up with a reasonable, rational alternative and saying this is actually less important in our spending priorities, what we're having instead is we're just going to increase money and the tooth fairy will leave it under the pillow. I'm sorry, that's not the real world, and if we're going to prevent our people from suffering in the future by being so economically irresponsible that we continue just step by step by step spending more and more and more and higher and higher and higher deficits, we're going to take our children, and my poor little girl, 9 years old, in the years ahead will suffer, as will all our children, if something happens like this and the currency goes down. So for that reason, and the irresponsibility of these type of amendments that have no offset in spending elsewhere, I would ask my colleagues to vote against this amendment and do the same for the other amendments which we face. No more tooth fairy budgeting for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rohrabacher. We now have the M&M defense and the tooth fairy defense. I don't know where this is going. Are there other members who wish to be heard on the amendment? If not, the vote is on the Bera amendment offered by Mr. Kennedy. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. No. Opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The amendment is not agreed to. We will now go to an amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici, and she is recognized for that purpose.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
And the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2687, offered by Ms. Bonamici of Oregon. Page 5, line 5, strike.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is simple. It restores funding for NASA's Earth Science account to the levels requested by the President for fiscal year 2014. As we heard earlier, the underlying bill would cut Earth Science funding to by one-third of fiscal year 2012 levels. By restoring Earth Science funding, this amendment adjusts one of the significant problems with the priorities represented by the bill being considered today. Frankly, the cuts to NASA's Earth Science programs are short-sighted. The research supported by NASA's Earth Science has benefits that have been highlighted extensively to me since joining the subcommittee, and certainly since the majority's draft bill was introduced. As I mentioned during our subcommittee markup, researchers at Oregon State University worked with NASA and the Navy to develop a technology currently deployed on the International Space Station that can capture precise ocean images that provide important data on ocean and coastal zone health, critical to the maritime industry. NASA's Earth Science research is also used by the Department of Defense to help keep our troops safe. It's used to improve electric and gas utility load forecasts and to document the variability of water that's available for agricultural use. Those are just a few examples. It's important for me to mention that on June 19th, the Space Subcommittee held a hearing on the NASA Authorization Act that we're marking up here today. In that hearing, both witnesses, who were invited to appear by the majority, expressed serious concerns with cuts to NASA's Earth Science research budget. In his testimony, Dr. Stephen Squires called the cuts to Earth Science alarming, and he urged balanced reduction across the space science disciplines if such reductions are necessary at all. I'm offering this amendment, Mr. Chairman, to respond to the concerns expressed by Dr. Squires and by various constituents around what cutting Earth Science funding would mean. I urge support of this important amendment, and with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bonamici. And the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Stewart, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to thank the gentlelady from Oregon for offering this amendment, and would like to note the efforts that I think she and I have made as we've worked together as the chairman and ranking member on the subcommittee on the environment, and I look forward to working with Ms. Bonamici and others on this amendment as well. But I think this is a good illustration of how we just fundamentally disagree on what is the priority and what is the most important challenge facing our nation at this point. And for that reason, I must oppose this amendment, which would greatly expand the overall cost of this legislation. And let me quote from the proposed amendment just a little bit to make my point. Strike $16.8 billion and reinsert $17.5 billion. Strike $4.6 billion and insert $5.2 billion. Strike $1.2 billion and insert $1.8 billion. It goes on and on. This bill already supports important Earth climate research at NASA and will restore proper balance to the science portfolio. And if I could bring up a chart to make my point. Ironically, despite our fiscal realities, the Earth Science account has never come back from Earth following the President's stimulus in 2009, as this chart demonstrates. All other science programs have had their budgets cut significantly, while the Earth Science budget was expanded by more than 40%. And this portfolio has become increasingly focused on climate change at the expense of other unique NASA roles. Recognizing that 13 federal agencies currently fund climate change, this bill helps to prioritize the most essential science missions and removes unnecessary new responsibilities from being shifted to NOAA to NASA. For those and other reasons, Mr. Chairman, I must urge that we not support this amendment, and I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Are there other members who wish to be heard on the amendment? The gentlewoman from Maryland, Ms. Edwards, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I stand in strong support of Ms. Bonamici's amendment. It directs the national academies to conduct a review of the effects of the earth science funding moderation on weather forecasting. The NASA Earth Science Program advances our understanding of integrated Earth systems. Oops, wrong amendment, sorry. Even though I do strongly support earth science. One of the things that we've learned is under the earth sciences account that earth science is broader than just researching climate change. It increases the authorization for the earth science program to the President's request because of the broad nature of the work that is done under earth sciences. When you look at the underlying bill, it's really short-sighted. It, in fact, singles out earth sciences, if you look across the accounts, for rather dramatic decreases in funding, cuts that amount to about a third of the program. The value of our investments in space-based Earth observation and research are countless, from providing data to assist in agricultural monitoring, to providing observations of Superstorm Sandy, to understanding the implications of thinning ice cover in the Arctic, among multiple other contributions. The data are providing significant benefits to society. I suspect that each one of us in this room can cite other examples as to how NASA's earth science data is providing benefits to private entities, state and local governments, researchers, and other stakeholders in the community. In fact, since the beginning days of NASA, NASA has been observing the Earth. This is important to our economic development. It's important to our scientific understanding of what's happening with the Earth. The 2010 Authorization Act also provides a sense of the Congress that Earth observations are critical to scientific understanding and monitoring of the Earth system to protect human health and property, to growing the economy of the United States, and to strengthening the national security and international posture of the United States. Mr. Chairman, finally, I know on this committee, each of us represents areas across the country that have plus and minus benefits from various things that NASA does. It happens that a lot of earth science work is conducted in the county in which I live, at a place that I used to work at, Goddard Space Flight Center. But the fact is that earth science work is actually going on all across this country and across NASA's centers. And so this really should not be about whether we're protecting our own backyard or not. And in fact, my history on this committee has been supporting things that were nowhere near my backyard, even as members of this committee sought to strike down those things that were. And indeed, it is true that by taking a balanced approach to NASA's multi-mission obligations, we should consider our funding of earth science in much the same way that we do of the other missions at each of the represented at each of the NASA centers. And so I would urge support of the amendment in keeping with the President's request to increase the authorization levels, and understanding that our legal obligation is authorization and not appropriation. And with that, I yield.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. Are there other members who wish to be heard on the Bonamici amendment? If not, the vote is on the amendment. All in favor say
Mr. Chairman,
aye.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to request a recorded vote.
The gentlewoman has requested a recorded vote. Pursuant to Committee Rule 2F and House Rule 11-2H4, proceedings on this vote will be postponed.
Ms. Johnson? This is just your teammate. Okay, where's my call? Does the gentlelady from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2687, offered by Ms. Edwards of Maryland, amendment number 006. Page.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentlewoman from Maryland is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is amendment number 6, number 5 on the roster. It increases heliophysics funding by $27.3 million and increases overall funding accordingly. The amendment would restore the authorization of funding for NASA's heliophysics science program to the President's request and would increase the authorization of appropriations for NASA accordingly. Mr. Chairman, H.R. 2687 includes Section 322 on a review of current and planned space weather monitoring requirements and capabilities. And that's really a good thing because space weather, what we think of as solar storms and eruptions from the sun, is a perfect example of how NASA's heliophysics science and research contributes to understanding a threat that could ripple our nation's infrastructure and have dire consequences. Indeed, over this last year, we've seen implications for that. The insurance industry, the electric power industry, pipeline companies, the communication industry, airlines, and many others are taking note of space weather. That would have a ripple effect across our economy. An article in the July 13, 2013 edition of the Washington Post called "When Space Weather Attacks" noted that the financial impact of a major solar event, such as the Carrington event of 1859, could run up to $2.6 trillion as estimated by Lloyd's of London, a major insurance provider. According to the article, such a storm could leave 20 to 40 million people in the Northeast without power for an indefinite period of time. Yet the article states, quote, just as interest in space weather is surging, the United States is facing the loss of key monitoring satellites in the coming years. The article goes on to say, quote, that when scientists are rushing to plug worrisome gaps in their knowledge about these storms. So even for the important emphasis on heliophysics and space weather, it's unfortunate that H.R. 2687 would cut the authorization for heliophysics funding at this critical time from the amount requested in the President's budget and against the recommendations of scientists and researchers. My amendment is about an investment in systems and research that can help understand and perhaps even forecast what the Post article notes could be an utter catastrophe. I would urge a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I thank Ms. Edwards for her amendment. While I support the work of the Science Mission Directorate, including the Heliophysics Division, the amendment offers no offsets to pay for an increase in the heliophysics budget. Had the amendment included an offset for the increase, I would have been able to consider it. Therefore, I oppose the amendment. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I support Ms. Edwards' amendment to restore funding for NASA's heliophysics programs to the levels in the President's request and to increase the authorization for NASA's top line accordingly. Heliophysics is a word that many Americans may not recognize, but power outages and problems with air travel and communications will become all too familiar to all of us if we experience a severe space weather event. NASA's heliophysics program carries out the basic research to understand the sun and its interactions with Earth and solar system. We need to understand the fundamental physical processes that can create such devastating space weather events so that we can better predict them and take steps to protect us against them. NASA's heliophysics research work is used by other federal agencies such as NOAA and the Department of Defense. It is yet another example of how NASA's R&D initiatives concrete benefits to our society and our economy and our infrastructure. A massive space weather event could create a catastrophe that would overshadow the massive impact of Hurricane Sandy. We should be increasing NASA's heliophysics budget, not cutting it. So the so-called savings to be realized in the majority's bill from cutting heliophysics funding are penny wise and pound foolish. I hope all members would join me in supporting the amendment to restore the heliophysics funding, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the vote occurs on the Edwards amendment. All in favor say aye. Those A roll call has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 2F and House Rule 11-2H4. Proceedings on this vote will be postponed. Does the gentlewoman from Maryland seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2687, offered by Ms. Edwards of Maryland, amendment number 021. Page 5, line 5, strike.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentlewoman from Maryland is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and don't run out of your patience. This amendment would fully fund the SLS development at $1.8 billion and would fully fund exploration ground systems at $318 million. To accomplish this task, the top-line funding for the bill in the exploration account would be increased by $318 million. I strongly support the SLS Orion program. I think it's a good program and a program that's vital to getting humans beyond low Earth orbit, where we have been stuck since the cancellation in recent years of the Apollo program. But in order to really support this program, you have to support every element in concert. As I noted at the subcommittee markup last week, you can't launch a rocket without a launch pad, and there's no use launching a rocket without a spacecraft on top of it. Today in the manager's amendment, they again call out the exploration ground systems funding, but I note that it comes out of the $1.8 billion allocated to SLS in the previous version of their bill. This leaves significantly less development funds for SLS and sets SLS up to failure. In fact, some have even noted that when you do this, then it means that when you have to come back and restore funding or add funding, you actually end up increasing the cost of the program. I hope the supporters of this program on both sides of the aisle can support my amendment. It ensures that the SLS Orion program stays on track. As my colleague from Alabama, Mr. Brooks, noted at the subcommittee hearing last month, SLS can't be developed at the funding levels in this bill. Mr. Brooks also noted that he couldn't support a bill that funded SLS development exclusive of the ground systems at a level below $1.8 billion. So I look forward to his support of this amendment, which does provide the necessary funding. It's in fact really a simple amendment. If you support SLS Orion and the NASA centers that are developing it, you should support this amendment. And with that, I'd urge my colleagues for a yes vote, and I yield the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes. I appreciate the continued support that Ms. Edwards has offered to the development of our next generation exploration systems. I am particularly appreciative of her commitment to the development of the Space Launch System. However, this amendment is redundant. The manager's amendment that we just passed ensures continued development of exploration ground systems. In fact, it authorizes exactly what the administration has requested and more than has been included in the CJS appropriations bill. Unfortunately, her amendment does not include any offsets for the increase she proposes. For this reason, I must oppose this amendment and encourage my colleagues to do the same. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I want to urge my support for this amendment from the ranking member of the Space Subcommittee, Ms. Edwards. Like my friend from Maryland, I am a strong supporter of NASA's development of a heavy lift launch vehicle to allow us to once again access deep space. I think this development is a key to unlocking NASA's potential for exploration and this potential for inspiring our young people. Ms. Edwards' bill, which I am an original co-sponsor, fully supported the development of heavy lift capability. Unfortunately, the majority's bill underfunds the development of SLS. This amendment would rectify the situation and fully fund SLS. This program is so important to NASA centers in Alabama, Florida, and I hope my colleagues from those districts will support the amendment. But folks in my own home state of Texas, have just as much at stake in the long run. A successful SLS Orion development is absolutely vital to ensuring the future health of the Johnson Space Center. Moreover, everyone who is committed to giving our space program an inspiring and cutting-edge mission should support this amendment to keep deep space exploration on track. I thank you and yield back.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the vote occurs on the Edwards amendment. All in favor say aye.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask for a recorded vote.
A roll call has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 2F and House Rule 112H4. Proceedings on this vote will be postponed.
Mr. Chairman?
Does the gentlewoman from Maryland seek recognition?
I do, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2687, offered by Ms. Edwards of Maryland, amendment number 022. Page 5, line 5.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentlewoman from Maryland is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment that restores funding cuts to NASA's cross-agency support. I have to say that since I've been here, I think this is one of the least understood of the accounts. In this amendment, I seek to restore the account to the President's request levels for fiscal year 2014 and 2015. For members who are unfamiliar with cross-agency support, it funds NASA's centers in agency management and operation at NASA's field centers, including Goddard Space Flight Center, the Stennis Center, Kennedy Space Center, Marshall Space Flight Center, Johnson Space Center, and Ames Research Center, as well as 4 other NASA centers. These operations include physical security, fire protection, emergency management, export control, acquisition, and contract management, among multiple other functions. It also funds the safety and mission success programs that play such critical roles in protecting our astronauts and ensuring that NASA's missions are the stunning successes they are. Cross-agency support funds information technology and cybersecurity at NASA and many other vital functions that maintain the agency and its field centers. H.R. 2687 would cut this account by $250 million below the President's request. One of the challenges with the NASA centers, and the reason that this cross-agency support is so important, is because the expertise within the agency is really necessary to provide the kind of oversight that results in in cost savings to taxpayers, and also results in the kind of oversight that's necessary in an environment where we have multiple research and technology players in the private sector and at research institutions. Mr. Chairman, this account has already been cut too much in recent years. Take, for example, the threats to sensitive technical information at NASA and its contractors. We need to enhance the robustness of NASA's IT systems, not risk further hacking and losses of data, as has been pointed out on a number of occasions by our colleagues on the other side. In addition, under this account, NASA plans to expand and augment its use of earned value management on NASA projects. It's a tool that helps provide project management, monitor risk, and improve project and cost management, something that I would think that many of my colleagues would be supportive of in the fiscal environment that we point to all the time. This account also funds the readiness of key test facilities, such as the arc jet facility and thermal vacuum chambers and simulators. For example, the X-ray and cryogenic facility at Marshall Space Flight Center supports testing for the James Webb Space Telescope program. It's really key to the functioning of all of the centers, and maintaining safety in spaceflight really is not an easy matter. NASA's safety and mission assurance plays a vital role in establishing and maintaining an acceptable level of technical excellence and competence in safety, reliability, maintainability, and quality engineering. It assures that the risk presented by either the lack of appropriate safety requirements or from the lack of compliance with safety requirements is assessed. With an expanding number of providers anxious to fulfill NASA's crew and cargo needs, it's really imperative that NASA has the resources internally to ensure compliance with NASA's safety requirements. Asking the agency to carry out challenging and complex programs while undercutting the functions and the workforce, the professional workforce that's needed to implement these programs, is truly a recipe for failure. I would urge a yes vote on this amendment to restore funding to the President's request levels for NASA's cross-agency support account and to increase the authorization of NASA's top-line funding accordingly. And with that, I yield and urge a support of the amendment.
The chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes. I appreciate the ranking member's amendment to add funding to the cross-agency support budget. When the NASA appropriations bill is on the floor, this account is often used as a bill payer to fund other agencies because it sounds like unnecessary overhead. In reality, this account funds center operations and headquarter elements. The base bill funds center operations at $2 billion, which is above previous year funding levels, and asks NASA leadership and headquarters to scale back its funding in ways that Congress and the American people have scaled back their budgets in these tough fiscal times. While I wish I could support the ranking member's amendment, it unfortunately does not include any offsets for the increase she proposes. For this reason, I must oppose this amendment and encourage my colleagues to do the same. Is there further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Johnson?
I'd like to strike the last word.
The ranking member is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support the amendment offered by Ms. Edwards to restore the cuts to NASA's cross-agency support account and to increase the authorization of appropriations for NASA's accordingly. This account affects the entire agency, but primarily its field centers where the work of the agency is performed. Not only that, NASA's field centers rely on private sector contractors to provide many of the services that this account manages. I hate to think of what a $250 million cut would mean for private sector jobs in the areas where NASA's field centers. But that's what is proposed in this bill. Let's be clear. The cuts proposed in H.R. 2687 would damage NASA's efforts to enhance cybersecurity, ensure export controls are followed, support safety, augment cost management, and enhance effective procurement and acquisition. I can understand why my colleagues in the majority, especially those with NASA centers, would want to undermine these activities and the many other critical efforts that this account supports. Mr. Chairman, this is a good, sensible amendment, and I urge a yes vote. I yield back.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the vote occurs on the Edwards amendment.
I would ask for a recorded vote.
A roll call has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 2F and House Rule 112H4. Proceedings on this vote will be postponed. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York, Mr. Maffei, seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Okay, the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2687, offered by Mr. Maffei of New York.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that the full text of my statement be included in the record.
Without objection, the full statement will be placed in the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment I'm offering today is a simple amendment. It would increase the budget authorization for the Office of the NASA Inspector General by $1.7 million, so it would go from $35.3 million to $37 million to match the President's fiscal year 2014 request for the Office of the IG. We have inspectors general in order to help us locate waste, fraud, and abuse and provide accountability to the American public. It is especially important for NASA to have this independent assessment of its mission and programs. There are many examples of how the Inspector General has saved the taxpayer money. One, a government contractor and its parent company agreed to pay $3.3 million to settle allegations that they included unallowable costs in calculating overhead rates for NASA and national defense-related contractors. Over the past 5 years, the IG has conducted 40 grant fraud investigations, and these investigations have yielded 3 prosecutions and $12.5 million in restitution and recoveries. Mr. Chairman, we should not cut this particular part of the NASA budget because we needed to ensure that the Office of the Inspector General has the budget they need to ensure they have all the tools to continue providing an independent, grounded assessment of the agency's activities. And I would say before the members of the majority answer with a refrain of, yes, but where's the pay for, etc., it would be extremely penny-wise and pound-foolish not to allow this 1/10,000th of a % increase in the budget in order to make sure that the money we are spending is spent wisely. I yield back the balance of my time and urge support for this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Maffei. I'll recognize myself in opposition, although I thought that was Mr. Maffei, I thought that was a good statistic, the 1/10,000th of a % of the budget. But, and I agree with you that funding for the Inspector General is important in order for NASA to eliminate waste, fraud, abuse, and mismanagement. For every dollar we spend on the IG's office, we typically save an equal or greater amount as a result of the services they provide. That is why the bill keeps funding for the IG's office consistent with this year's funding level. Unfortunately, this amendment does not identify any offsets for the increases it proposes. The Budget Control Act gives us very specific guidelines on spending, and this amendment does violate those spending caps. And for this reason, I must oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. Are there other members who wish to be heard? And the ranking member, the gentleman from Texas, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move to strike the last word.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I want to support the ranking member of the Oversight Subcommittee's amendment. The Office of Inspector General is a valuable asset in assisting the Congress. NASA's Office of Inspector General conducts independent and objective audits, reviews, and investigations of NASA's programs to prevent and detect fraud, waste, abuse, and mismanagement, to assist NASA management in promoting economy, efficiency, and effectiveness. Inspector General Martin has testified before the committee and has provided insight into the important issues such as NASA's response to cyber attacks and its management of various programs. This increase of $1.7 million restores annual funding to the identifies with the President's fiscal year 2014 request. I'd point out that the IG's office is responsible for recouping millions of dollars of misappropriated funds to the federal government every year. Cutting their funding is the very definition of penny wise and pound foolish. I urge members to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Are there any others who wish to be heard on this amendment? If not, the vote occurs on the Maffei amendment. All in favor say aye.
Mr. Chairman, I respectfully request a roll call vote.
Recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 2F and House Rule 11-2H4. Proceedings on this vote will be postponed. We will now go to the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, for his amendment, and he is recognized for that purpose.
Mr. Chairman, I do have an amendment at the desk.
And the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 20.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent the reading the...
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, my amendment helps to ensure that we meet our commitment to America's students by giving them opportunities and skills they need to excel in a world increasingly dominated by STEM fields. It would increase the authorization level for education from $125 million per year to $136 million per year, bringing it in line with the level of funding provided by Congress in fiscal year 2012. This amendment would increase the overall authorization level for NASA accordingly so that the increase for education would not come at the expense of any other important NASA programs. We have no shortage of bright students wanting to create a better world with science and technology. These students come from across the nation and from all backgrounds, including in my district in California. Unfortunately, we do have a shortage of high quality and accessible STEM opportunities for young people to gain the skills they need to succeed in their dreams. I spent more than 20 years as a high school classroom teacher and as an elected official working to improve higher education in my community. I understand intimately the challenges in our education system, and addressing these challenges requires an all-hands-on-deck approach that includes a role for the federal government. NASA has long played a central role in expanding opportunities for students at all levels to engage in high-quality STEM learning. And NASA continues to play a central role in inspiring the next generation of scientists and innovators. These are the job creators of tomorrow. I recognize the budgetary challenges we face, but I urge my colleagues as we make difficult decisions to set priorities and cut some portions of our federal budget, not to make short-sighted cuts when it comes to our support for education. Investing in our young people and their education is the only way for our nation to maintain our global edge. We must provide students with every opportunity to become scientists and engineers, if that is their dream, or to provide them with the essential skills to succeed in the workforce of the future and help build a better and more prosperous country, whatever their goals may be. NASA plays an important role in providing these opportunities. I urge my colleagues to provide full, sustained support for NASA's education programs by supporting this amendment. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Takano, and I'll recognize myself in opposition. I have to oppose this amendment. The amendment increases funding for NASA above Budget Control Act levels. For better or worse, sequestration is the law of the land, so we should focus on working within these parameters to maximize NASA's educational offerings. In fact, the funding for education in this bill is exactly the same as current year funding, so it is not cut. Increasing funding without an offset, even for items as important as NASA's educational programming, is simply not possible unless a replacement for the Budget Control Act is signed into law. Are there other members who wish to be heard on this amendment? The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Johnson, is recognized.
I move to strike the last word.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this amendment to increase the authorization level for NASA education of the fiscal year 2012 funding. We can't afford as a nation to slow down our efforts to improve STEM learning and opportunities for all students. No single federal agency has done more than NASA to inspire the next generation of explorers, inventors, and job creators. I see so much excitement in students' faces when astronauts come into their classroom. Just yesterday, one was visiting, and there were students here that were just so excited, including some of their parents. And when school groups visit these NASA facilities in my home state of Texas, or when they visit planetariums designed with NASA support and NASA content, let's not compromise NASA's ability to continue to engage and inspire and provide educational content to students at all levels and from all walks of American life. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. There are no other members who wish to be heard. The vote is on the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 2F and House Rule 11-2H4. Proceedings on this vote will be postponed. We'll now go to amendment number 10. The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Brownlee, is recognized.
Amendment at the desk.
And the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2687, offered by Ms. Brownlee of California, amendment number 037.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentlewoman from California is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today I offer a simple amendment to restore funding to NASA's Environmental Compliance and Restoration Program. Specifically, my amendment increases funding from $45 million to $75.5 million, which is the level requested by the administration. NASA's Environmental Compliance and Restoration Program is responsible for cleaning up hazardous materials and waste that have been released at the surface or have seeped into the groundwater at NASA installations, NASA-owned industrial plants, sites where NASA operations have contributed to environmental problems, and other locations where the agency is legally obligated to address hazardous pollutants. The program is charged with protecting human health and preserving natural resources for future NASA missions. Environmental compliance and restoration program activities include cleanup projects, assessments, investigations, sampling, construction, related engineering, program support, monitoring, and regulatory agency oversight. Cleaning up the soil and groundwater contamination at sites across the country is our responsibility to our constituents whose health and safety have suffered from the effects of these past mistakes. According to NASA's 2014 budget request, critically planned projects include the following: investigation and cleanup of contaminated groundwater, soils, and demolition at Santa Susana Field Lab in my district in accordance with a consent order with the state of California. Toxic material from partial nuclear meltdown in 1959 and a former rocket testing site still has not been cleaned up in spite of dangerous levels of known carcinogens. It also includes cleanup of contaminated groundwater emanating from the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, continued investigation and cleanup of groundwater and soil contamination at Kennedy Space Center, continued cleanup of groundwater contamination and investigation of soil contamination at White Sands Test Facility in New Mexico, cleanup of the Peninsular Solid Waste Disposal Site at the Ames Research Center, also in California. Mr. Chairman, many of NASA's planned environmental compliance and restoration activities resulted from painstaking negotiations between NASA and several states. A further delayed federal response could jeopardize these carefully negotiated agreements and end up costing the federal government more money down the road. My amendment ensures that NASA has the funding to keep in good faith with its legal obligations to states. According to NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, the $23.9 million sequester impact to this program will likely result in numerous delays to projects. If we fail to provide adequate funding and force NASA to renegotiate agreed upon compliance dates, American taxpayers will end up footing the bill for non-compliance fines. NASA has an obligation to keep its word, and our committee has an obligation to ensure the funding is there so that NASA cleanups across the United States can continue on schedule. Many of the sites that depend on this funding are in our congressional districts and directly impact the health and well-being of our constituents. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment and restore needed funding to NASA's Environmental Compliance and Restoration Program. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Brownlee. I'll recognize myself, and I thank the gentlewoman for offering this amendment, but I do need to oppose it. The Inspector General released a report earlier this year that found that NASA needs to ensure that its, quote, environmental remediation is conducted in the most cost-effective manner in keeping with the expected future use of the property, end quote. For example, California wants NASA to spend over $200 million to meet the highest level of cleanup standards, which exceed the cleanup standards required for the expected future use of the property. This is just one environmental remediation effort, but NASA can't afford to spend additional hundreds of millions of dollars to clean up sites to a level beyond that recommended by the IG. For this reason, I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment. Are there other members who wish to be heard? And the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Johnson, is recognized.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. NASA's Environmental Compliance and Restoration Program is responsible for cleaning up hazardous materials and waste that have been released to the surface or groundwater of NASA installations and NASA-owned industrial plants. Restoration plans for fiscal year 2014 are based on a prioritized, risk-based approach for incrementally addressing NASA's cleanup portfolio. Projects are ranked according to the relative urgency and the potential health and safety hazards related to each individual cleanup. Moreover, some of these projects are undertaken pursuant to agreements with local and state governments. We need to stick with those plans. I urge my colleagues to support Ms. Brownlee's amendment and restore needed funding to NASA's Environmental Compliance and Restoration Program. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. The gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bodemici, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak in favor of my colleague, Ms. Brownlee's amendment as the ranking member on the Environment Subcommittee. Environmental compliance is critical. It's critical to our communities, and this funding increase is important to make sure that this work gets done. This kind of compliance is really important to the local businesses and the people who live in communities. It's something that should be done in a timely manner, and budget cuts will not further that important goal. So I urge and I vote for Ms. Brownlee's amendment, and I yield back my time.
Thank you, Ms. Bonamici. The vote does occur on the Brownlee amendment. All in favor say
Mr. Chairman, I request
aye.
a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 2F and House Rule 11-2H4. Proceedings on this vote will be postponed. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Johnson, I believe has an amendment, and if so, she'll be recognized.
Thank you. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2687, offered by Ms. Johnson of Texas, amendment number 004.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentlewoman is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would strike the fiscal year 2015 authorizations from this bill, which would make this bill a one-year authorization. As a consequence, it reduces the total authorization in the bill by half. I've always spoken about the inadequate funding levels in this bill. I think everyone can agree that these funding levels are inadequate for NASA to fulfill the task we have given the agency. I think this has been mentioned already, but I will reiterate that the only two experts to testify on this bill both indicated that NASA wouldn't be able to fulfill the legislative requirements in this bill at funding levels we are providing. That is the entirety of the legislative record here. Now, I strongly disagree with my Republican colleagues' insistence that we hold an authorization work to sequester levels. However, I suspect they are fairly inflexible on this point. So this amendment addresses the problem in a different manner. It gives you an opportunity to limit the damage we inflicted upon NASA to 1 year. Then we can come back, evaluate the damage we have inflicted in that first year, and decide if we want to adjust course. Hopefully in that time, the budget situation will continue to improve to the point where my colleagues will feel comfortable reevaluating NASA's funding level. I'm disappointed that I feel compelled to offer this amendment. I wish we were able to mark up a good bipartisan multi-year NASA authorization bill today that would send a strong message about the importance of NASA's work to our country. But I guess we can't do that. So I hope people will support this amendment today, and maybe we can come back next year and try to do a bill that puts NASA funding levels in line with their responsibilities. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Are there any other members? Oh, I'll recognize myself in opposition to the jumping the gun here. And I thank the gentlewoman for her amendment, but I do oppose it. This authorization is for 2 years, fiscal year 2014 and 2015, and this amendment would make it for only a single fiscal year 2014. As I said earlier, I remain hopeful that the House and Senate will find a mutually agreed upon solution to repeal and replace the Budget Control Act so as to deal with our nation's overall debt. If the Budget Control Act is repealed and replaced, that would be the appropriate time to adjust NASA's authorization levels for fiscal year 2014 and 2015, but not now. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and yield back the balance of my time. Are there other members who wish to be heard on this amendment? If not,
yes, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Grayson, is recognized.
I'd like to speak briefly in support of this amendment. We are at an impasse concerning the funding levels in this bill. It's clear from listening to the statements this morning by both sides that we're just never going to agree on this. The Budget Control Act limits are ones that remain in place as long as there's no appropriated funds that exceed those limits. This is an authorization bill, not an appropriation bill. We could find some way around that without exceeding the budget control limits and simply expecting, as there is every reason to expect at this point, that the appropriators will not go beyond the Budget Control Act limits. There are elements of this bill and elements of much of what we do here in this committee that may have some merit quite independent of this impasse. For instance, I noticed that there was a very interesting provision in the manager's amendment today regarding avoiding the counterfeiting of electronic parts. I think that many of us would like to see those kinds of provisions become law. There are many provisions that this committee generates through its good work that are prevented from becoming law simply because we are disagreeing about one thing. Admittedly an important thing, but nevertheless only one thing. I think King Solomon would recognize at this point that this is probably a good time to split this baby, because otherwise there won't be a baby at all. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Grayson. The question is on the Johnson Amendment. All in favor say aye.
I request a recorded vote.
Roll call vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 2F and House Rule 11-2H4. Proceedings on this vote will be postponed. And the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Grayson, is recognized for the purpose of offering an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment...
And the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2687, offered by Mr. Grayson of Florida. Amendment
Without
number
objection,
1.
the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment concerns the allocation of funds that may become available should the sequester be repealed or otherwise changed, and that the Budget Control Act limits would no longer apply. Section 103 of the current bill indicates what the committee would like to see done with such additional funds. As I understand Section 103, the committee would see that the additional funds, the funds beyond what the Budget Control Act presently would allow, would go 1/3 to the International Space Station, 1/3 to the Space Launch System, 1/6 to the commercial crew development activities, and 1/6 to the Orion crew capsule. Noticeably missing from that list of 4 items is anything regarding science. I'm a strong advocate and proponent for the manned space program. However, I am also a big fan of the science that NASA does. If there is additional funding available, it seems disproportionate to allocate 100% of that to the manned space program and 0% of that to science. Right now, science represents approximately 1/4 of the NASA budget. A pro rata share of the increase would have science getting 1/4 of the additional incremental funding that's available. My amendment seeks to find a compromise by saying that the science would receive 1/9 or 11% of the additional funding available. I think that as much as all of us support manned space missions, the fact is that science is very important. Science produces results that help us day to day. Science is a fundamental part of what NASA's mission is at this point. I'd like to see additional funding for that as well. I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Grayson. The gentleman from California, Mr. Rohrabacher, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I are fiscally responsible. We must prioritize our activities, and that requires that we make difficult decisions. This is one of those difficult decisions, especially as our friend and colleague Mr. Grayson has put it before us. Should more money become available to NASA's efforts, it is important that the new funding goes to where it can have its greatest impact. And this is, as Mr. Grayson has presented it to us, an act of prioritization, and I would disagree with where those priorities are set by this amendment. Science is certainly an important function of NASA. No one can deny that. But in this legislation, science is already receiving 4 times the funding for Orion, nearly 8 times the funding that's there for commercial development of commercial crew, which is, of course, our most critical and near-time space priority, and nearly 10 times the funding for space technology. Well, I appreciate the gentleman's efforts to further NASA's science programs, which are an important part of NASA, but we have the other areas which I would suggest, if we are going to prioritize, need to be addressed before we have the major increases in science that our respected colleague is suggesting. Thus, I respectfully, as I say, disagree with this amendment and ask my colleagues to join me in voting no. And I would also, at this point, yield to my colleague, Mr. Grayson, if he would like to say something in rebuttal.
Well, thank you very much, and I would yield back to ask responses to two questions, and I mean these questions sincerely. Right now, the incremental funding goes entirely to the International Space Station, the Space Launch System, the Commercial Crew Development, and the Orion Crew Capsule. Does the gentleman from California see any possibility, and would the gentleman from California accept any amount of money from any of those four categories being shifted to science?
I would suggest that we take care of, and the answer is no, because I think that what we need to do at this point is to get the jobs done that are critical at this moment for NASA to do. That's one of the reasons why I have opposed several other spending, big spending programs, as everyone in this body understands, because we need to spend that money where it is going to be important at this moment if we are to succeed even in the near time. So it is wrong to go to the long term if you're going to fail in the short term. So the answer is no.
Does the gentleman concede that the proposal here, the Grayson Amendment, complies both with the Tooth Fairy Doctrine and the M&M Doctrine, in that it is completely offset dollar by dollar, does not increase the overall spending of the bill?
You know what? I haven't done the expert analysis that is required, but at first glance, it certainly appears that way. But this does, as I say, fit into one of those categories where, yes, there is some prioritization, even though it's based on future revenue that may not exist. But at the same time, it's the wrong prioritization. So there we go. Thank you very much.
And I will ask one additional question. I know I said two.
We have 45 seconds.
That's fine. Does the gentleman see any possibility from any source of increased funding for science in this bill, whether through this amendment or otherwise?
I would think that there are other things in the bill. I would yield to the chairman, but
I'd like to respond to that. Thank you, Mr. Rohrbacher, for yielding me time. Ms. Grayson, I would say yes. But I'm not sure this amendment is exactly the way to do it, because I think the perception is it would be cutting the other programs. It's something that we can continue to talk about if you would like to, but I don't object completely to any additional funding going to science.
And reclaiming my last 5 seconds, there are some things in this bill that I would be gladly willing to cut, but the chairman might not like it, so I better end it right there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rohrbacher, and the gentleman's time has expired. Are there any other members who wish to be heard on this amendment? If the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Johnson, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to strike the last word.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I simply want to say that Mr. Rohrbacher's remarks really support my last amendment, so I would expect his vote to limit this to 1-year funding so we can evaluate, and I do support the amendment of Mr. Grayson. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. All in favor of this amendment say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. The fact that the gentleman did not request a roll call vote makes me motivated to try to work with him on trying to find some additional money for science between here and the floor.
Exactly as anticipated. Thank you.
That's not going to work.
Up next is an amendment by Ms. Edwards to be offered by Ms. Johnson, number 13, and the gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for that purpose.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I apologize, Ms. Edwards had an appointment that she had agreed to do prior to knowing about this meeting on Tuesday. I'd like to speak in support of her amendment. And I share the belief of many members of this committee that NASA's Human Exploration Initiative is an important endeavor that should be supported. NASA's Apollo program provided a positive symbol of our nation throughout the world, promoted technological innovation across a whole range of disciplines, and inspired a generation to pursue careers in science and engineering. I am certain that we will reap benefits that are at least as comparable as we again start to move beyond low Earth orbit. But NASA is about more than just human exploration. In the 1958 National Aeronautics and Space Act, which established NASA, makes that clear. And successive NASA authorization acts over the years have also stressed the importance of ensuring that NASA remain a multi-mission agency with significant initiatives in aeronautics, space and earth science, and human space flight and exploration. That model has served NASA and the nation well in more than 50 years since NASA's founding. So I am deeply troubled by the provision in this bill that would make exploration deeper into the solar system the core mission of NASA. If adopted, this would put Congress on record as supporting a fundamental redirection of NASA that would minimize the critical role of NASA's science and aeronautic programs at play in advancing knowledge and promoting innovation. And it would be a fundamental redirection that hasn't been vetted in any meaningful way by this committee. We should not be overturning 5 decades of policy without a very serious and thorough review of the implications of doing so. I urge members to support Ms. Edwards' amendment and to strike this ill-advised provision. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. The gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Palazzo, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do not disagree with Ms. Edwards and Ms. Johnson that NASA is and should be a multi-mission agency. That is why there is nothing in the paragraph that prohibits NASA from striving to ensure all of its missions continue. But space exploration is and has always been at the heart of what makes NASA great. Since the creation of the agency, NASA's space exploration missions have inspired people across the nation and around the world. We've launched planetary rovers and orbiters, spacecraft to examine our sun, telescopes that gaze deeper into space, and new sensors which may detect particles we never knew existed. For this reason, I encourage my colleagues to place priority on NASA's core exploration mission and vote no on this amendment. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Palazzo. Without objection, the clerk will be considered to have reported this amendment. We jumped the gun a little bit on this one. Are there other members who wish to be heard on this amendment? If not, the vote is on the amendment. All in favor? Yes, the gentleman is recognized. A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 2F and House Rule 11-2H4. Proceedings on this vote will be postponed. And does the gentlewoman from Texas have another amendment?
Amendment.
Okay, the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2687, offered by Ms. Johnson of Texas on behalf of Ms. Edwards of Maryland. Amendment number 11.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentlewoman is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this committee should support this good common sense amendment of Ms. Edwards. This amendment seeks to ensure that NASA uses its limited resources in a focused and efficient way. It focuses NASA's human exploration program on the goal of having a crewed mission reach Mars. The committee should not create a policy directive that forces NASA to build a sustained presence on the moon at the same time it is cutting NASA's budget deeply. It just creates yet another unfunded mandate in a bill that already has too many unfunded mandates. The majority's mandate unduly complicates NASA's human exploration efforts and sets NASA on a path to fail, given the cuts contained in this bill. Ms. Edwards' amendment will ensure that NASA will be able to determine the best path to reach Mars within whatever budget the agency is given. I urge my colleagues to support this very important amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. The gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Palazzo, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Regretfully, I must oppose the gentlelady's amendment. The 2005 and 2008 NASA Authorization Acts required NASA to establish a sustained human presence on the moon. This bill authorizes NASA to continue those pursuits already in existing law and to plan for eventual human missions to Mars. Even if this amendment were to pass, NASA would still be required in Title 51 to land humans on the moon by the year 2020. This amendment eliminates measures of flexibility in the goal of reaching the moon and forces NASA to either land on the moon by 2020 or be in violation of federal law. For these reasons, I oppose the gentlelady's amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Palazzo. Are there any other members who wish to be heard? If not, the question is on the Edwards Amendment offered by Ms. Johnson. All in favor say aye. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Request recorded.
A roll call vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 2F and House Rule 11-2H4. Proceedings on this vote will be postponed. We'll now go to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Grayson, for the first of a couple of amendments.
Yes, I have an amendment at the desk.
And the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2687, offered by Mr. Grayson of
Without
Florida.
objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you. The baseline draft of the bill before us now forbids any foreign commercial provider and requires a domestic commercial provider currently without any consideration of whether the domestic commercial provider can meet NASA safety requirements. My amendment simply stipulates that the domestic commercial provider has to meet NASA safety requirements so that we avoid the situation where we're forced to use the domestic commercial provider without the commercial provider having met those requirements. I reserve the rest of my time.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Grayson. I think this is a good amendment. I encourage my colleagues to accept it. And if there are no other members who wish to be heard, without objection, the amendment will be agreed to. The gentleman from Florida continues to be recognized for the purpose of offering another amendment.
I have another amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2687, offered by Mr. Grayson of Florida, amendment number 1.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized.
Again, Mr. Chairman, with this bill in its baseline form directs us toward commercial providers, understandably so. That is now the policy of the United States government, but does so without considering the possibility of public-private partnerships being those commercial providers. It seems that this was simply not a scenario that was anticipated by the bill at this point. I don't believe there is any intention to exclude public-private partnerships from consideration, and therefore I offer this amendment to allow public-private partnerships like one that we have in Florida to be considered in this context as domestic commercial providers.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Grayson. The gentleman is correct. There was no intent to exclude the public-private partnerships. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and if there is no objection, the amendment is agreed to. Thank you, Mr. Grayson. The next amendment is an amendment by Mr. Kennedy to be offered by Ms. Johnson, and she is recognized for that purpose.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm in strong support of Mr.
And the clerk will report the amendment.
I'm sorry.
Amendment to H.R. 2687, offered by Mr. Kennedy of Massachusetts, being offered on his behalf by Ms. Johnson of Texas.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentlewoman is recognized.
Oh, he just returned.
Right here.
Oh,
I yield my time to Mr. Kennedy.
The gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Kennedy, is recognized.
Impeccable timing. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for the delay. I speak today on the amendment. If I could just have one moment. I'm sorry. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I rise to speak about amendment number 17, international cooperation. The International Space Station is a prime example of our ability to leverage the expertise and talents of the international partners for the benefit of science. By sharing resources, knowledge, and skills, we expand our opportunities for success in a critical field. Currently, more than 15 countries and space agencies participate, bringing together international flight crews, mission launch vehicles, globally distributed launch, operations, training, engineering, and development facilities, communications networks, and the international scientific research community as well. This amendment maintains U.S. leadership in our ultimate human spaceflight goal of a crewed mission to Mars, and it also recognizes the importance of leveraging the capabilities of our international partners in this effort. While the underlying bill mentioned a, quote, framework for international cooperation, it's unclear exactly what that means. Potentially, it could include a description of where international cooperation might occur without any requirements to actually engage or invite international partners. My amendment complements the language in the bill and specifically ensures that a step is taken to invite international partners in a U.S.-led effort to achieve that goal of sending humans to Mars. Space exploration has always been a national treasure of this country, and I believe that international cooperation and partnership in this arena does not threaten, but instead allows us to strive even more for impressive achievements. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. I just want to recognize myself briefly to say that, that we did not leave out the international aspect that the gentleman has referred to when we have a mission to Mars, so I happen to think this amendment is a good idea, but I want to recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Rohrbacher, for his comments as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I have a question to pose specifically to Mr. Kennedy. Let me get back to his seat here. You could move all the way over to this side of the aisle if you'd like.
That might be a leap too far there.
More M&Ms in the tooth fairy, and I might be there.
There you go. Mr. Kennedy, I have been and will remain a strong supporter of international cooperation with other free nations. In fact, I think that it is imperative that the United States cooperate, especially in these times of budget crisis when we have limited resources, but we have such incredible goals in front of us that are expensive to achieve. Thus, that cooperation is essential to our success. But that is cooperation with free countries, not with any country. I would like to ask Mr. Kennedy a question. Does your amendment endorse China as an appropriate nation for us to partner with in achieving our space goals, like, for example, going to Mars?
I appreciate, Mr. Rohrbacher, your concern. The amendment as it's drafted actually does not name any specific countries that should or should not be the United States should or should not partner with. It is basically left up to experts to determine which technologies and how that partnership should be arranged. However, it does recognize that the U.S. should not, nor should it ever, relinquish our leadership role. In fact, it is designed to help further advance the shared advancements and the technological advancements that could get us to our ultimate goal, while retaining U.S.-led leadership to make sure that we don't basically spend unnecessarily on parts that can lead to international cooperation and that aren't duplicative. So that is, in fact, the goal. I'm not sure if that quite answers your question.
Well, I guess the question is, does that specifically endorse China as an appropriate nation for us to partner with?
Again, Mr. Rohrbacher, there's no endorsement specifically of any nation.
That's the answer to my question. I thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, we face China that is now an adversary of our country, China that is the world's worst human rights abuser, that is dramatically expanding its military capabilities and its technological capabilities. Much of its expansion is due to the theft of technology that American taxpayers have paid for, both in terms of our space program but other type of technological and scientific endeavors within our country. Someday, China could, unless it democratizes, as we saw happen in the Soviet Union, unless that happens, China will be an enemy, not just an adversary, within a short number of years. For us to be building up its capabilities by partnering with it in major scientific and space-related programs is irrational and is counterproductive to our national security at this time, until such time there are reforms in China that would put it within the family of free nations. I believe in free trade. I believe in cooperation with free countries, but that is with free countries, free trade between free people. And the cooperation we have with countries like China that is so overly oppressive and stamping out dissent and et cetera, where they still murder people for their religious convictions, that will work contrary to the interest of peace in the long run and our own national security interests. So I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me this opportunity to put that on the record in terms of Mr. Kennedy's amendment.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rohrabacher. Given the exchange between Mr. Rohrabacher and Mr. Kennedy, I continue to be prepared to accept the amendment and recommend that my colleagues accept it as well. And if there is no objection, the amendment will be agreed to. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you.
Go now
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go now to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Grayson, for his next amendment.
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2687, offered by Mr. Grayson of Florida, amendment number 173.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized.
Yes, I want to assure the gentleman from California that this amendment has nothing to do with Communist China, but rather with the Mars Human Exploration Roadmap, which is described in Section 202 of the bill, pages 14 through 17. This roadmap describes common sense provisions and criteria for establishing the principles under which we will travel to Mars, we all hope. And among those are several. Lacking is only one that I see, which is an examination of the benefits of utilizing the current launch facilities. The Kennedy Space Center, which is near my district, sent a man to the moon, actually several men to the moon. I'm hoping that one day we'll see the Kennedy Space Center sends people to Mars as well. So I respectfully request that as a rational part of examining the benefits and costs of human exploration to establish this roadmap to Mars, that we include a consideration of the benefits of utilizing current launch facilities. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Grayson. I think this is a good amendment and makes common sense, so I recommend my colleagues to support it as well. And without objection, the amendment will be agreed to. We'll go now to an amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. Esty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment
And the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2687, offered by Ms. Esty of Connecticut and Mr. Vesey of Texas, amendment number 021.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My amendment, co-sponsored by my friend and colleague, Congressman Mark Vesey, is simple. It requires NASA to identify in its ISS strategic plan if it anticipates limiting competition in terms of contracted work. If it does anticipate limited competition, NASA would be required to provide a justification approved by the Assistant Administrator for Procurement. This is just a simple good government additional requirement to the section of the bill governing the strategic plan. The strategic plan, as currently written in the bill, requires identification of various procedures, use of controls, testing, and metrics for the mission, as well as a justification for the research that will be carried out on the ISS. With the continued commitment to the International Space Station in this authorization bill, we should make it clear to NASA that they and taxpayers would greatly benefit from utilizing full and open competition from our private sector partners. In the 2010 NASA Authorization Act, it was suggested that NASA use then existing contracts to the greatest extent practicable to facilitate a quick transition from the Constellation program to the Space Launch System. However, at this point, the transition has been largely completed, and it is time for NASA to return to open and transparent contract sourcing. After discussions with the contractor and much fact-finding, it was brought to my attention that NASA may need to source new capabilities such as spacesuits in the future. And we have concerns that NASA might opt to shoehorn those needs into an existing contract instead of going out for a new bid. Technology is rapidly changing, and these technologies have the potential of meeting new NASA needs more economically for American taxpayers. And this is simply to require that at a time when NASA does make a commitment to pursue new capabilities, I would suggest that NASA be required to justify decisions to limit open competition for contracted work. Mr. Chairman, my fellow committee members, this is a good government provision which has the potential of saving taxpayer dollars. I urge all members to support the amendment, and I thank the chairman and yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Esty. Does the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Vesey, want to be recognized? Okay. She speaks for all of us in that case because I think it's a good amendment as well, and to recommend that my colleagues accept it, and without objection, the amendment is agreed to. Let's see. Okay. Okay. The next amendment is number 20, Ms. Edwards' amendment, to be offered by Ms. Johnson, and she is recognized.
Thank you. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2687, offered by Ms. Johnson of Texas on behalf of Ms. Edwards of Maryland, amendment number 024.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentlewoman is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I support this Edwards amendment, and frankly, I'm puzzled why we would not want to avail ourselves of the ASAP's vast experience. This committee has received sound advice from the chair of the Aerospace Advisory Panel, ASAP, Admiral Dyer, before. In his latest testimony, he cautioned NASA on its latest approach to acquiring commercial crew systems, which he characterized as complex and unique, and expressed concern with its trying to run Space Act agreements in parallel to FAR-based contracts, calling it a workaround. Don't get me wrong, as I have said many times, I'm excited about the work that commercial companies have done to date, and I certainly wish all of them well. However, we should remain level-headed about our enthusiasm for entrepreneurship and not allow it to override our responsibility to keep NASA human spaceflight as safe as possible. So that is why I strongly support this amendment, and I yield back.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Johnson. The gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Palazzo, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If the minority had reached out in a constructive fashion, I feel we could have found common ground on many of the issues presented in this amendment. While I share the ranking member's concerns regarding oversight of commercial cruise services, this amendment unfortunately strikes an entire section of the underlying bill that also sought to address similar concerns. It would do so by further empowering the Aerospace Safety Advisory Panel. As this amendment stands, I can't agree to entirely striking a safety provision in the underlying bill. I also have reservations about how this amendment would affect our goal of launching American astronauts on American rockets from American soil as soon as possible. Congress must do what we can to ensure we have the capability to transport our astronauts to the International Space Station without the assistance of foreign governments. And while I agree that we have to hold new systems accountable to NASA safety standards, I do not believe this is the most appropriate way to do so. Because this amendment would strike safety provisions in the underlying bill, I urge my colleagues to vote no. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Palazzo. Are there any other members who wish to be heard on the amendment? If not, all in favor of the Edwards amendment offered by Ms. Johnson say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. We'll now go to an amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2687, offered by Ms. Bonamici of Oregon, amendment number 018. Page 60, after line 2.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentlewoman continues to be recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The amendment I'm offering today will require the national academies to study how the cuts to NASA's Earth Science program in this bill will affect our country's weather forecasting capabilities. In the past few years, we've seen numerous severe weather events, from tornadoes to drought-induced wildfires to flooding to heat waves to superstorms. And in this committee, we've heard from witnesses and members on both sides of the aisle that it is essential that we improve our weather forecasting capabilities to help reduce the loss of life and property that result from these severe weather events. In fact, this is something that I've been working on with the chair and the vice chair of the Environment Subcommittee, where we're currently working on legislation to improve weather forecasting. One of the 6 focus areas of NASA's Earth Science program is enabling improved predictive capability for weather and extreme weather events. This program greatly contributes to our national weather forecasting, primarily through the use of space-based data. And that data is used by NOAA, the FAA, the DoD, and the National Weather Service. For example, NASA data from monitoring ocean surface temperatures allows forecasters to predict whether or not a hurricane will strengthen or weaken as it travels. And as you've heard from others on the committee, this Authorization Act would cut NASA's Earth Science program by 1/3. I'm afraid that these cuts will significantly impact NASA's ability to contribute to our weather forecasting capabilities. It seems, Mr. Chairman, that we're doing one thing in this full committee markup right now that's contrary to the goal that many of us have expressed about improving our weather forecasting. We all agreed that compromised weather forecasting not only contributes to an increased risk of property damage, but also to an increased risk of loss of life. I urge support for this amendment. Mr. Chairman, if we're going to be cutting this much from our earth science budget, we need to know how that's going to affect weather forecasting. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Bonamici. And the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Stewart, is recognized.
Yes, thank you again, Mr. Chairman. And once again, Ms. Bonamici, thank you for offering this amendment, which would add a new section to the bill requiring NASA to ask the national academies to assess the bill's impacts on weather forecasting and capabilities. And again, I have to oppose this amendment. Over the last 5 years, Earth Science program has experienced disproportionate growth in the expense of other NASA programs, and this, the bill that's already written, allows for a robust Earth and climate science program while recognizing NASA's unique mission. And once again, Mr. Chairman, it comes down to a matter of priorities and funding, and many of us would have a great wish list, but that wish list needs to be aligned with the priorities in the budget as and constraints as they exist. And for those reasons, I could not support this amendment and would urge others not to support it as well.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Are there other members who wish to be heard on this amendment? If not, the question is on the Bonamici amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed? No. No. Opinion of the chairs, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Let me say to members of the committee that we will stand in recess until immediately after this series of votes, but we will resume very quickly after the last vote. So appreciate everybody's attendance. The Science Committee will reconvene, and the gentlewoman from Maryland, Ms. Edwards, is recognized to offer her amendment. Number
Mr.
22
Chairman,
on the roster, and number 23, Edwards.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Okay. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2687, offered by Ms. Edwards of Maryland, amendment number 023. Page 60, after...
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentlewoman is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just let me, just moving my things around. Apologize. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment that I'm offering today, hold on a second. The National Academies first warned in a 2005 report that our current Earth observation fleet is at risk of collapse, and they reiterated in its 2007 Earth Science Decadal Survey that by the end of the decade, the number of operating missions will decrease dramatically. Yet, despite these warnings, the Authorization Act would cut NASA's Earth Science program by 1/3. One of the benefits of the Earth Science program is it helps us understand how climate change is happening. And I know that we've had a number of discussions in our committee about climate change, but the fact is that the work that's done by NASA in Earth Science has been, with data gathered over the decades, tells us that the globe is warming. And so whether you believe that it's from natural or human-induced changes, and we can have that debate, or that it's some combination of the two, I would think that we could all agree that we absolutely need to understand what's happening on the planet we live on. Climate change is impacting weather patterns, crop yields, ecosystems, human health, water resources, and even our energy supply. To be prepared for these changes, we're going to need to have the specific scientific data from Earth observation systems and research. The witnesses that we've had testify before us over a number of times in this committee have affirmed just that. And it doesn't, again, matter what you think causes it, it's important for us to study the climate change that's happening. My amendment would require the national academies to perform a review and assessment of how cuts that NASA's Earth Science account will impact our climate research efforts. I urge you to support this amendment. I urge my colleagues to adopt it. If we're going to slash a program's budget, we should at least know how those cuts affect research that has the potential to impact practically every segment of our society. And I would add in closing that the cuts to Earth Science in this budget are just unimaginable. To the tune of over $600 million. It would decimate what NASA is doing and put it back at 2008 funding levels when we know that the challenges that we face from climate change are becoming even more significant and more important for us to understand. And so I would urge adoption of the amendment, and I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. The gentleman from Utah, Mr. Stewart, is recognized.
Yes, once again, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the gentlelady for amendment, which would add a new section to the bill requiring NASA to ask the national academies to assess the bill's effects on climate change research, as she has addressed. But I have to oppose the amendment, and once again, at its core, it comes down to budget and budget priorities. Over the last 5 years, the Earth Science program has grown by 40%. And that has done so at the expense of other NASA science programs. This bill allows for a robust Earth and climate science program while recognizing NASA's unique mission. Earth science programs provide farmers and forest fighters and city planners and even our men and women in the armed forces with invaluable information they need to do their jobs successfully. The NASA bill provides funding to support this important work while recognizing the significant scientific contributions made by other space science programs in the Science Mission Directorate. Since the last decade survey in 2007, the National Academies has released 5 different reports that primarily address NASA Earth Sciences, and I believe that that makes the gentlelady's amendment unnecessary and, in fact, probably duplicative as well. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Are there other members who wish to be heard on this amendment? The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Johnson, is recognized.
I move to strike the last word.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the amendment offered by Ms. Edwards that requires the National Academies to perform a study to assess how the cuts to NASA's Earth Science program will impact our climate change research. I realize that climate change has become a textbook partisan issue, but we have to acknowledge that the climate is changing. That fact is irrefutable, and that we're going to need information in order for our nation to move forward on this critical issue. The work being done at NASA is helping to provide that data. Ms. Edwards' amendment will help us find out how much these cuts are going to set NASA's climate science research back, so that at least we know what we're doing here. This is really the minimum we ought to do if we are going to slash this vital research funding. I urge the support of this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. The gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Kennedy, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to speak in favor of my colleague's amendment from Maryland as well. The fact is that this amendment, regardless of what you think about the causes of climate change, I think there's a broad consensus that the globe is in fact getting warmer. This amendment provides a study to determine what the effect of cutting the research funding would do to try to determine what those causes are, which could then help hopefully lead to a course of action should they be deemed necessary. So this does not, in fact, this amendment, rather than actually cutting funding or rather than saying we should increase funding for climate change studies, all it does is merely ask for that a study be conducted to examine the effect of the decrease in funding. And because this is such an important issue that could affect so many millions of Americans and so many millions of people around the globe, I think that it's critically important that we get the information right, and that information leads to a robust and full-on debate moving forward. But I think this is a critical first step to make sure that we at least start to begin the adequate study going forward. And I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. If there's no further discussion, the vote is on the amendment.
Mr.
All
Chairman?
those in favor of the amendment, the gentlewoman from Maryland. request?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd ask for a recorded vote.
Okay. A roll call vote has been requested. Pursuant to Committee Rule 2F and House Rule 11-2H4, proceedings on this vote will be postponed. The gentlewoman from Maryland has another amendment, I believe.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
And the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2687, offered by Ms. Edwards of Maryland, amendment number 026.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is amendment number 026. Since the agency was established in 1958, the technical challenges of NASA's space exploration, space science, and aeronautics missions have necessarily led to technological advances, unique skills and capabilities, and scientific knowledge that contribute to America's economic strength, capacity for innovation, and global competitiveness. In carrying out its mission and developing these technologies, NASA has inspired young people to enter educational and career paths in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. NASA's establishment of a chief technologist and subsequently a space technology directorate stem from a recognition that an investment in space technology is needed to enable a new class of missions beyond low Earth orbit, and to do so in a reliable and affordable manner. There's a critical need for a space technology program to focus on the research and development of advanced space technologies and systems that are independent of specific space mission flight projects. If we're to successfully explore space, a sustained space technology program is necessary to address the challenges of radiation mitigation, propulsion, manufacturing in space, and entry, descent, and landing, just to name a few. Innovative and game-changing technologies such as cryogenic propellant storage and transfer in chemical and electric and space propulsion will allow us to answer these challenges. Mr. Chairman, my amendment provides clarity on congressional expectations. And so I would urge you to adopt this amendment, and urge you as well to consider that just yesterday here on Capitol Hill there were something like a couple of hundred young people talking about what it is that they might do in the STEM fields, and these were young women, and we were trying to get them engaged in thinking about opportunities in space and particularly in space technology, not developing and using systems for what we have to do for the 21st century and using those systems that we developed 40 years ago, but developing new ones. And I have to say, what we're doing in the underlying bill really goes at the heart of innovation, and so I would urge the adoption of the amendment, and with that I yield.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Edwards. The gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Palazzo, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Ms. Edwards herself recently said, we are not, nor should we be, the scientists and engineers who devise the programs and projects to meet the high-level goals set for the agency. That should be left to the capable experts at NASA. The Space Technology Program, as authorized in the base bill, does just that. We have set a high-level goal for the Space Technology Program and expect NASA's capable engineers and scientists to devise programs and projects to meet those goals. This amendment is too prescriptive for a program that was meant to be more flexible. And for these reasons, I will not support this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Palazzo. Are there other members who wish to be heard on the amendment? The ranking member, Ms. Johnson, is recognized.
Thank you very much. I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Space technology enables a new class of missions by drawing on talent from NASA workforce, academia, and small businesses to deliver innovative solutions that dramatically improve technological capabilities for NASA and the nation. It is worth noting that NASA's space technology investments have been reviewed and prioritized by the national academies now identified in NASA's space technology roadmaps. NASA is not doing space technology in an insular manner. Space technology involved universities and academic institutions in its development objectives through more than 350 fellowships, direct competitive awards, and partnerships with NASA centers and commercial contractors for its technology development and demonstrations. The focus provided in this amendment will help ensure the greatest return and applicability of the grants. I urge adoption of the amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. If there's no further discussion on the Edwards amendment, all in favor say aye.
Amen.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask for a recorded vote.
A roll call has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 2F and House Rule 11-2H4. Proceedings on this vote will be postponed. And the gentleman from California, Mr. Barr, is recognized for his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2687, offered by Mr. Barra of
I ask
California.
unanimous consent that the amendment be considered.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
You know, on space technology, the nation's investment in space technology really enables NASA to make a difference in the world around us. Our history suggests so, and the history of the space program has shown all of the intended innovations that come from a forward-thinking mission, but also the unintended discoveries that come from it. The Space Technology Mission Directorate is responsible for developing the cross-cutting, pioneering new technologies and capabilities needed by the agency to not only achieve its current mission, but also for those missions we haven't thought of, those future missions. I think this bill unintentionally dismantles the current Space Technology Mission Directorate and turns a relatively new mission directorate established for positive forward-leaning reasons into a program that focuses technology development solely on human exploration. Hence the purpose of my amendment, to just make sure that NASA is more than this, just more than human exploration. That's why I'm introducing this amendment. It really seeks to ensure that the space technology program supports innovation, development, and demonstrates key technologies that are essential to America going to the moon, to Mars, and beyond. Some key specific areas in space technology is developing the required cross-cutting technologies to enable the agency's exploration and science mission goals and the nation's aerospace challenges. Specifically, we should deliver innovative solutions that dramatically improve technology capabilities for NASA and the nation, which makes NASA's missions more affordable and reliable. Space technology should invest in the economy by creating markets and spurring innovation for traditional and emerging aerospace businesses. And space technology should engage the brightest minds from academia in a partnership with NASA and help us solve NASA's toughest technology challenges. Today's cross-cutting technologies are being developed are vital for future space exploration and space missions. For example, NASA's space technology program is investing in advanced entry, descent, and landing technologies enabling future robotic and human missions to Mars and other destinations. It's allowing advanced environmental and life support systems for long-duration spaceflight, and it's utilizing the International Space Station as a test bed for future technologies such as RobotNet and 3D printing, to name a few. This amendment just ensures that the mission of the space technology program proposed in the bill has a clear and broad enough charter to conduct the developmental work needed across all of NASA's mission areas. The next great leaps in space exploration require and indeed demand a significant and sustained commitment to space technology. I urge the adoption of this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Barra. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the ranking member of the Space Subcommittee has repeatedly said, Congress should not be in the business of micromanaging programs at NASA. Congress must set broad goals and allow the scientists and engineers at the agency to work out the details. You know, Mr. Chairman, in times of shrinking budgets, we must allow NASA flexibility to make those decisions about what are priority programs rather than us dictating to them what we think is best. So I must oppose the gentleman from California's amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Is there any further discussion on this amendment? If not, the vote is on the Barra amendment. All in favor say aye.
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask for a recorded vote.
Roll call has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 2F and House Rule 11-2H4. Proceedings on this vote will be postponed. We will now go to an amendment to be offered by the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wilson.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2687, offered by Ms. Wilson of Florida, amendment number 023.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentlewoman is recognized to explain her amendment.
My amendment to Section 601 of the bill would enhance one of NASA's core missions, the mission to educate and inspire our young people. Specifically, my amendment would seek to ensure that NASA's education and outreach efforts include outreach to groups that have historically been underrepresented in STEM fields. This includes undertaking efforts to increase the capacity of minority-serving institutions to provide high-quality STEM education. It's essential that we target these crucial hubs for minority students. I'm a strong believer in NASA, not only because of its proven track record as a catalyst for technological innovation, discovery, job creation, but also because of its role as a catalyst for inspiration and learning. Ensuring that the benefits of NASA's STEM education programs are passed on to diverse groups is not only a matter of equality, but also a matter of American economic competitiveness. As our nation becomes more diverse and more dependent on STEM fields, we must ensure that underrepresented groups have the opportunity to enter these fields. African American and Hispanics account for a mere 7% of STEM workers. As a recent report by the Commerce Department's Economics and Statistics Administration demonstrated, this is attributable to a lack of access to quality STEM educational opportunity. Mr. Chairman, this amendment is an important step in the right direction.
Does the gentlewoman yield back her time?
Balance of my time,
okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. I'm going to recognize myself in gentle opposition to this amendment, and then I have an offer to make to her. I want to thank her for her amendment. Unfortunately, I can't support the amendment in its current form. NASA should support STEM education for all students, which includes students from economically underprivileged and historically underrepresented groups. NASA already has a number of educational programs that reach out to historically underrepresented groups, and these programs are authorized to continue in this bill. But the amendment as drafted singles out specific institutions to be the focus of NASA's STEM education efforts. In doing so, in my opinion, it goes too far in directing NASA's STEM efforts. NASA's education efforts should focus on students and our STEM education system in general, not on specific institutions, that is, colleges. While, like the gentlewoman, I support NASA's STEM efforts to reach disadvantaged and historically underrepresented students, I must oppose the amendment as it now stands. What I'd like to suggest to the gentlewoman from Florida is if she would consider withdrawing the amendment, I would like to work with her on language that I'm fairly confident we can agree on between markup in the House floor that would, I think, achieve her goals and achieve the legitimate goals that I feel are warranted as well.
Mr. Chairman, if it involves us not singling out minority-serving institutions, our HBCUs, and our Hispanic-serving institutions, I feel that is, if we're going to target a population of students, we need to target the institutions that we know they make up the majority of. So that is why I singled out Hispanic-serving institutions and HBCUs. And I'm not sure what you have in mind.
Okay, if the gentlewoman would yield, let me try to explain what I'm getting at
Thank
here.
you.
If we look at the bill or look at what is being done now, there are 6 or 7 different categories, and it all connects to students as opposed to the physical structures themselves. And by aiming these efforts to educate certain students, underrepresented, economically disadvantaged, and others, to be the beneficiaries of STEM outreach efforts, we, I think, are able to reach all the students that she would be interested in reaching that attend these institutions. But to start going to the point where you've never gone before in STEM education and start talking about the structures of the institutions, to me is just unnecessary. I'm not at all disagreeing with her wanting to reach out to certain students, but I think by mentioning the students, we take care of the problem and don't get caught up in the institutions. Does that help?
Mr. Chairman, would you yield for a moment?
Yeah, I'll be happy to, although, yeah, I'll be happy to.
I just have a question about what you're offering, because if the gentlewoman were to withdraw her amendment at this stage, but then you all were not able to find a workable solution, would you be also willing to allow her to offer that amendment when the final bill moves forward without objecting to it?
That would not be my decision. As you know, it would be the Rule Committee's decision. They've been very generous in allowing amendments to be offered, and I would leave that up to them. But again, I think we're reaching all the individuals that the gentlewoman from Florida would want to reach, but just leaving out reference to specific structures or institutions. But I really am saying this in good faith. I'm not just trying to dissuade you from offering the amendment or getting a vote on it. You're welcome to do so if you'd like.
Well, I think at some point it's better to have something than nothing. So I will agree to work with you in making sure that these minority serving institutions, the HBCUs, the Hispanic serving institutions, and minority children everywhere have the opportunity to be exposed to STEM education. It's extremely important.
I'm confident we will be able to reach the students who attend those institutions, and I think that's your ultimate goal.
That's my ultimate goal.
Is individuals.
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Before the gentlewoman might ask to withdraw her amendment, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Johnson, seeks recognition.
I move to strike the last
And
word.
the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support this amendment as reaffirmed in the recent Interagency STEM Strategic Plan. Better serving groups historically underrepresented in STEM fields is a national goal. As we look to changing demographics in this country, we must double down on our efforts to nurture the next generation of American scientists and innovators from all parts of the country and all backgrounds, and prepare all of our students for the skills required for tomorrow's jobs. This is as much as an economic and national security imperative as a moral one. NASA plays a key role in federal STEM education efforts. It has a long and successful history of inspiring students and the general public to engage in STEM learning and pursue STEM degrees. Mr. Chairman, NASA is already doing great work engaging youth from groups of historically underrepresented in STEM and helping to build STEM education and research capacity at our nation's minority-serving institutions. Ms. Wilson's amendment simply makes sure that this work continues to be a focus across NASA's STEM education portfolio. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Johnson. The gentlewoman from Maryland.
Mr. Chairman.
Is recognized. Let me recognize the gentleman from Maryland, and then we'll go to the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to briefly speak in support of Ms. Wilson's amendment, whatever she chooses to do with it, to include historically black colleges and universities and Hispanic-serving institutions for which outreach efforts to increase STEM participation really should focus, and to provide additional capacity to minority-serving institutions. The distribution in science and engineering occupations reveals that the science and engineering labor force is not representative of the U.S. population at all, and that we are challenged to make sure that that happens in a responsible way. Underrepresented minority groups comprised 28.5% of the population in 2006, but just 9.1% of college-educated science and engineering occupations. Our country has a need and an opportunity to do what it can to diversify the future STEM workforce so that we can maintain our leadership as global competitors and grow their capabilities. This amendment would simply support those efforts and ensure that we consider minority and underrepresented students. And so I would urge a yes vote on this amendment. And I would just say, in closing, Mr. Chairman, I was earlier merely trying to figure out a way it is that if Ms. Wilson were to withdraw her amendment, that you would agree not to object in rules were she to offer it if you weren't able to strike some sort of arrangement that meets with her consideration. But I'll obviously leave it up to Ms. Wilson and urge strong support of the amendment if she does in fact offer it.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Edwards, Ms. Wilson continues to be recognized.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, if I remove my amendment, then the Hispanic serving institutions and the HBCUs have no chance at all. If I strike a deal with you to work with you, what I need from you is some sort of agreement that we will be able to, you know what my goal is. You stated it very specifically and very well, and I'm right on the same page with you. If we can work on that and make sure that this happens, and it doesn't happen, if I decide to file this amendment again, at the Rules Committee, they normally will accept what the chairman wants. So I'm asking you,
Right.
since you know it's going to be defeated anyway,
if the
to
gentlewoman-
allow me to bring it back, at least
If the gentlewoman
just for my...
would yield, if I were to say I wasn't going to object, I don't know what incentive she would have to try to reach compromise language. What I will say is that I won't take a position on the amendment.
Okay. So I'll withdraw my amendment. This is a lot of conversation for the record, and I'm sure everyone on this committee will remember this conversation, and I'll be sure to report back to
See, the gentlewoman's already achieved her
as we
purpose.
made. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
With that objection, before the amendment is withdrawn, the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, wanted to be recognized. Has the gentleman been satisfied with the conversation to date?
I'd just like to
Okay, the gentleman will
promise to be brief.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, this is a very important issue for me, not only for my district, but as a school teacher and as a community college trustee. Just observing nations such as China and India with over 1 billion people each. We have merely 1/4 of those populations, and those nations, just without doing anything, will have, by the sheer numbers, huge numbers of scientists and engineers rising. And we have a challenge of a nation to meet the sheer numbers of these trained scientists and engineers. What I'm saying is it's not about diversification only. It's a national challenge. It's a national security challenge. We don't have a person to waste, not a child to waste in this effort, and we have to do everything possible to be culturally sensitive and to help all students succeed, no matter what their background. So I appreciate the chairman's, I think, sincere interest in striking a deal.
Thank you, Mr. Takano. I also recognize you're one of the few members who have expertise in the area of education, so appreciate your comments as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think with that objection, then the amendment is withdrawn, and we will continue to work on the mutually shared goals.
I don't think you know me very well, but we will become great friends.
That'll be an added incentive for me to come up with a solution quickly, I'm sure. Thank you, Ms. Wilson. We now go to the gentleman from Massachusetts, who I believe has an amendment at the desk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the
And the
desk.
clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2687, offered by Mr. Kennedy of Massachusetts, amendment number 002.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, I want to thank my colleague from Oregon, Representative Bonamici, who unfortunately has a conflict at this very moment, for her support in the co-sponsorship of this amendment. There's no question that NASA has a critical role to play in our country's continued efforts around STEM education, as we've already heard this afternoon. NASA programs have consistently delivered some of the most impressive results when it comes to creative methods for engaging our students around science and technology. I've seen the results firsthand in my own district through programs like Train Like an Astronaut. For NASA to continue to be an effective vehicle for STEM, I believe that we must grant them the flexibility and the authority to pursue consolidation and reorganization to make their programs better and stronger. If they see a way to combine programs or to implement the policies more effectively and more efficiently, then we absolutely should give them the opportunity to do so. I'm concerned with the language currently in the bill that it's too prohibitive in this regard. It would limit NASA's ability to consolidate programs in the name of coordination, efficiency, and accountability, all things that should be consistently striving, that we should be consistently striving for in our national STEM efforts. Like many of us on this committee, I have expressed some concerns with the FY14 budget request and the COSTEM 5-year strategic plan and the short-term impact on NASA education programs. NASA has more than 60 STEM education programs identified in the OSTP STEM education inventory, and many more that were too small to be counted in that inventory. The draft fiscal year 2014 House CJS report, Republican and Democratic appropriators agreed that, quote, internal consolidation will improve coordination, efficiency, and accountability, and will address the excessive fragmentation of NASA's STEM education programs recently documented by the COSTEM. To address this issue, my amendment would allow the agency flexibility to improve their programs while strongly reaffirming the critical role that NASA will play in STEM moving forward. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. The gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Palazzo, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose the gentleman's amendment to replace the education section in the underlying bill with the education section in the minority's amendment in the nature of a substitute. The minority's amendment does not prohibit the administration's proposed education reorganization, and I have several concerns about the proposed reorganization. In particular, I'm concerned that the proposal limits the role of NASA's mission directorates. I believe the language in our bill answers the concerns expressed by many stakeholders about the proposed reorganization, including many members of this committee. During the June 4th hearing to discuss the administration's proposed STEM education reorganization, Ms. Edwards said, "You have to register me as one of the skeptics about the consolidation proposal." During the same hearing, Ms. Johnson stated, "I have serious concerns with the budget proposal itself. To be blunt, it seems to me that it was not very well thought out." Yet despite these concerns, the minority's proposal does not prevent the administration from carrying out the proposed consolidation or termination of nearly 40 STEM programs at NASA. The NASA Authorization Act drafted by the majority takes steps to preserve NASA's unique and successful STEM education programs. The minority's amendment looks the other way and allows the administration to gut NASA's education programs. For this reason, I must oppose this amendment and encourage my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
Gentleman yield.
Thank you, Mr. Palazzo. Would you yield to the gentleman from Massachusetts? Mr. Palazzo?
Sure.
Would you yield to? Oh, yeah, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Palazzo, and I appreciate your comments and conversations that we've had about your dedication to STEM education and your interest in the topic. Certainly, as I'm sure you would appreciate, the point of this amendment is not to contradict the wishes of my colleagues on this committee, the ranking member, or anybody else for that matter. The goal of this amendment is to, however, provide the flexibility that I believe the NASA administrators would need to carry out some of these programs more effectively, more efficiently. I think you heard from the hearing that you referenced some skepticism and that some more information was needed to be provided by OSTP about the STEM consolidation programs, but that the purpose of this amendment is not to gut STEM education, something that I am very dedicated to, and I know many of my colleagues here are, but merely to provide the effect or the efficiency needed to create some gains in that. And I'd be happy to work with you if you have some concerns about ways to streamline this to make it more effective.
Yeah. And I thank the gentleman. I think that's one of our shared interests on this committee, is we all believe and understand that STEM education is extremely important, not just to excite the next generation of scientists and engineers that are going to go on and become doctors and astronauts, but it also is extremely important for us to continue, if we want to be globally competitive with other countries who are investing a lot more money and time in STEM education than we are. And for obvious reasons. One is, we're continuing to fight over shrinking discretionary budgets. And until we can come together and put politics aside and start putting the American people and sound policy in front of our own personal agendas, then we'll be able to get this country right-sized and we'll be able to afford programs. And so really, I kind of digressed on that, but, the administration has done a poor job of talking to Congress on both members of the party. And until we can see more of what they have in place, I think we need to continue to oppose the amendment. Thank you. Okay. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Palazzo. Gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Johnson, is recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Before I start, Mr. Chairman, I just want to announce to the members here, I know there is a Democratic caucus meeting that started at 3. If anyone wants to go, I will remain here, and I'm sure you'll be back before we finish the amendments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support...
Point of order. Point of order. On that specific subject, I intend to ask for unanimous consent, just to people be aware of this, that I can have Amendment 35 heard directly after 29 so that I can go and vote at that caucus meeting. I will be asking for unanimous consent. I hope we'll get it. Thank you.
Which one is it?
Okay. Would you like me to continue while
Yes.
you're
Gentlewoman continues to
what
be
he said?
recognized.
I strongly support my colleague's amendment. I was not pleased when I saw the administration's fiscal year 2014 proposal to reorganize federal STEM education programs. I have many concerns with the proposal, including the transfer of so much of NASA's STEM program to other agencies. NASA scientists, engineers, astronauts, and educators have been inspiring the public and the next generation of scientists and engineers since the agency's creation 55 years ago. And it would be a big loss to our nation if NASA's role in STEM education were diminished. At the same time, one report after another has called on NASA to do a better job ensuring accountability for its large and diverse education portfolio. And thankfully, the agency is taking these recommendations seriously. With more than 60 STEM programs and many more smaller-scale education activities, I don't presume to know what programs should or shouldn't be consolidated. And I don't think any of us here should. We ought to leave that to the experts in the agency in collaboration with the stakeholder community. This is why I'm concerned about a sweeping prohibition on the implementation of any of the proposed internal consolidations in the fiscal year 2014 budget proposal. The prohibition isn't even limited to fiscal year 2013. It has no sunset and allows no flexibility. And that is why I support Mr. Kennedy's amendment to reaffirm our strong support for NASA's role in STEM education while allowing the agency flexibility to move ahead with plans to strengthen the efficiency, the effectiveness, and accountability of its STEM programs. It appears based on the draft CJS report language we've seen that our appropriations colleagues on both sides of the aisle would agree with this approach. I urge all of my colleagues to support Mr. Kennedy's amendment. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Is there any further discussion on the Kennedy amendment? The gentlewoman from Maryland, Ms. Edwards, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak in favor of Mr. Kennedy's amendment. I think there is broad concern on the committee, and I think that Mr. Palazzo pointed it out. My own concern about the administration's STEM consolidation plan, which kind of hit us like a ton of bricks. We had no idea that it was coming. And indeed, as we had the hearing, I don't recall that a single member of this committee, Republican or Democrat, expressed support for the consolidation plan. It seems hasty at a time when NASA continues to improve upon its successes that it's had in its STEM programs and its outreach programs. I agree there may be some duplication and that we need to assess the efficiency of these various programs across federal agencies, but in fact NASA has been going through its own process of assessing the programs and the education programs that it provides, and I can't see how that would be accomplished successfully by consolidating with various other agencies. And so my concern is clear. You will note in the substitute that I've offered, on which we will vote later on today, that in fact the underlying substitute doesn't endorse the administration's plan, and in fact allows NASA as an agency to do what it needs to do with its programs and to have the flexibility of those choices. And so it's actually why I support this amendment. The language that's included in the underlying legislation prohibits NASA from moving forward internally. I don't think that that was the intent, and so what this amendment would do would allow the agency to continue its current STEM education programs, but also allow them to continue their role in shaping them and making them better. And my fear is that in an effort to say no to the administration, that we've actually, put a hold on what the agency can do and should do and has been doing to improve their STEM programs. And so I would urge our colleagues to adopt this amendment, because I think it does actually strengthen the vision of Republicans and Democrats on this committee and in the House and in the Senate who believe in the strength of NASA's education programs, and then still allow them the flexibility internally to the agency to make the adjustments they need to better offer STEM education.
Would the gentlewoman yield just for a quick question?
Yes.
You suggest leaving it up to NASA to decide what they're going to do. Isn't NASA likely to do exactly what the administration wants, which is to consolidate the program?
No. What we've said is we've included, even in the underlying bill, if we include, as I've done in the substitute, if we include the STEM resources within NASA's budget, then it's NASA's flexibility in arranging those STEM programs. That's what they do right now. What would happen if for example, in the substitute or in the majority's bill, we were to be silent about that or not include an education line, then I think all holes are off in that respect. And so I like the idea of maintaining the line item for NASA, but still allowing it the flexibility to make the changes that they described to us that are actually good changes in the STEM programs.
And the substitute amendment that you offered has a line item of the same amount for NASA education as is currently spent?
Ooh, now there's a question, Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
well, that's okay. That's all right. And you don't want to answer my question.
No, but I guess what I'm saying to you is that we actually, it's FY12 numbers, actually. But what I'm suggesting to you is that I think that there is unanimity on this committee about the idea that NASA should retain the ownership and the line item, the budget control, the budget authority for STEM programs. And all Mr. Kennedy's amendment does is it says that you can continue to do the things, because they've been doing a lot of reorganizing and evaluating. We heard testimony that said that NASA has been evaluating these programs and they're shaping them. That's a good thing. What we don't want is to have all that money moved over to the Department of Education.
You have more faith in NASA resisting the administration than I do. But
well, they can't move the budget if they don't have the money to move the budget. If we leave the budget within NASA, the administration simply has no authority to do it.
I would say that the underlying bill is the only way to guarantee that those education programs continue, but I appreciate the good discussion, and thank you for answering my question. Are there any other members who wish to be heard on this? If not, the vote is on the Kennedy amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. No. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. We will now go to the amendment to be offered by Mr. Lipinski and Ms. Esty, and Mr. Lipinski is recognized for that purpose.
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2687, offered by Mr. Lipinski of Illinois and Ms. Esty of Connecticut, amendment number 024. Page 68, after lines...
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentleman from Mr. Lipinski is recognized first, and then Ms. Esty. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to offer this amendment along with Ms. Esty to reaffirm the commitment Congress has made to informal science education at science centers, museums, and planetariums, which is made in the past NASA authorizations. The intent of this amendment is to encourage NASA to continue its competitive program for science museums, planetariums, and NASA visitor centers, plus other opportunities. A program that has supported partnerships between NASA and many institutions across the country that are inspiring and motivating our children to achieve their full potential in STEM through informal education experiences. Like many other fields, the aerospace industry, space sciences, and NASA consistently tell us about a lack of graduates with adequate STEM skills. Museums and science centers are instrumental in getting young people interested in STEM disciplines, including space science. Part of the reason I became interested in science as a child because of visits in Chicago to the Museum of Science and Industry and the Adler Planetarium. This amendment supports unique opportunities for NASA to connect students and teachers to real-world science and STEM professionals. For example, Mission to Mars is a NASA-funded partnership with Chicago's MSI that gives middle school students an opportunity to work with real NASA experts in simulated missions to travel to and explore Mars. Students at MSI and the 2 Challenger Learning Centers collaborate on hands-on activities and talk live via video conference with experts at NASA's Johnson Space Center, Marshall Space Flight Center, and the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. I wish those would have been available. That would have been available when I was younger. Museum-based science education programs are designed to meet state and local educational needs and fill gaps in local educational systems. And with the release of the next generation science standards, teachers and schools in many states will be asked to implement new practices and assessments in science education. The standards place a strong focus on actively engaging students in science, the exact type of experiential learning promoted in these informal settings. These institutions are uniquely poised to provide vital support to both students and teachers during this transition. Simply put, programs like NASA's competitive program for science museums and planetariums can help to advance science instruction and boost student science achievement. The Association of Science Technology Centers represents 383 science museums and science centers across the U.S. Their statistics show that 65 million visits by our constituents every year are made, including 13 million school children. And these centers are vital to STEM education. According to ASTC statistics, 89% of science centers offer school outreach programs, 82% offer teacher workshops and programs, and 75% offer curriculum materials. I hope that we will continue to support museums and science centers that do so much to educate children. I thank the Chair and the Committee for its consideration of this amendment, and I thank Ms. Esty for agreeing to co-sponsor the amendment, and I will yield back the balance of my time.
And thank you, Mr. Lipinski. The gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. Esty, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would want to thank Mr. Lipinski for his leadership on this important issue. In Connecticut, we're very lucky to have a number of science centers, museums, and planetariums, including the Connecticut Science Center and the planetarium at the Mystic Seaport. These centers serve an invaluable tool in promoting STEM education in both informal and formal settings. The Connecticut Science Center has leveraged federal assistance and state and private funds to create an institution that has, in a few very short years, become an important support system for our students and teachers. Currently, 24%, nearly 1 in 4 of all K through 8 Connecticut public school teachers have been trained at the Connecticut Science Center. Science Center provides professional development for teachers and educational experiences for our students. One of the most important ways to promote STEM education for the next generation is to make the sciences interesting for students. And museums, science centers, and planetariums are an excellent way to inspire the next generation of scientists, engineers, astronauts, and may I know, most members of this committee. I, too, spent many hours as a child at the museum in Chicago. I know it has been, these museums around the country have been an inspiration for many of us, whether we become scientists or whether we become active citizens supportive of the science agenda. This amendment reaffirms our commitment to STEM education at science centers, museums, and planetariums. It's an important affirmation of our commitment to the next generation of scientists who are currently learning about space exploration at their local science center. I ask for your support for this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Esty. I'll recognize myself in support of the amendment, which I think improves the underlying bill, and I'll recommend to my colleagues that we accept it. And if there's no objection, the amendment will be accepted. We will now go to an amendment to be offered by the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment of this.
And the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2687, offered by Mr. Kennedy of Massachusetts, amendment number 00.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I offered this amendment today to discuss the Space Grant Program, which has been one of our country's most effective STEM initiatives to date. This national network of colleges and universities has made enormous strides in using NASA and space to help expand public awareness and interest in STEM. As many of us know, public awareness of STEM is one of the greatest hindrances we face to our long-term efforts to encourage students to pursue careers in these fields. Programs like Space Grant play a critical role in educating the public about what a STEM degree can do and encouraging our students to consider futures in engineering and technology. In Massachusetts alone, more than 40 colleges, universities, community colleges, museums, and observatories participate in the Massachusetts Space Grant Consortium. To name a few accomplishments, funding has supported 59 students for undergraduate and graduate research fellowships, 14 internships at NASA facilities, supports annual seminars and conferences, supported opening a NASA Educational Resource Center at Framingham State University, supports a science club for inner-city minority girls, and supports teacher training programs. This clearly is an important and successful program. My amendment seeks to improve an already successful program. It would require an independent review of the Space Grant Initiative to figure out how it fits into our larger STEM efforts and to identify any possible improvements to make it even better. It would also add language to help incorporate a K-12 education into the program, as well as increasingly understand the importance of engaging students from a young age. Finally, this amendment would expand the traditional definition of colleges and universities included in the Space Grant Program to include community colleges and two-year institutions, which I believe are often critical vehicles for STEM training, especially for a middle-skill workforce. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. I'll recognize myself in support of the amendment. I think this amendment does broaden the outreach of the bill and is a good amendment, and I recommend to my colleagues that we accept it, and without objection, it is accepted. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. I'll go to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Grayson, for his next amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2687, offered by Mr. Grayson of Florida, amendment number 174. Page 72.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This concerns provision on page 72 of the draft bill. It's called termination for convenience. I'll just read it briefly out loud. The administrator may not initiate termination for convenience of the government of a prime contract on a covered program unless such program termination is authorized or required by a law enacted after the date of enactment of this act. What this is saying is that with regard to a covered program, which is defined here in the bill as the International Space Station, the Space Launch System, and the Orion Crew capsule, with regard to those covered programs, which have several a large number of prime contracts issued under them, prime contract being any contract that the government issues directly to a contractor. With regard to those covered programs, we are taking away the government's existing right to terminate any of those contracts for convenience. Just by way of background, the termination clause, the clause that appears in every government contract issued to any contractor for more than $50,000. It has existed for decades. I'm not aware of any other provision of law that in any way restricts the government from exercising the termination for convenience clause. The courts have ruled repeatedly that the government can apply the clause to terminate for any reason or for no reason. My understanding of the basis for this provision in the Act is concern over how the Constellation program was ended. If I understand the circumstances correctly, it was ended by the administration terminating a prime contract that had been issued to Lockheed under the Constellation program. Several members of this committee expressed dismay over that action by the administration, and I leave it to others to judge whether that action was good or bad. I will point out that Lockheed is a constituent of mine, so I have one reason to think that it was bad, but leaving that aside, I'm concerned about the effect of this clause. As I indicated before, there is no other part of federal law that takes back or limits the government's right to terminate a contract for convenience. In fact, that right is exercised in many occasions that have nothing to do with exercise of discretion by the administration, this administration or any other administration. For instance, there are several thousand bid protests that are filed against contract awards by the federal government each year. When a bid protest is found to be meritorious, generally because the government has made some error in the evaluation of proposals or otherwise, whatever the reason might be, the means by which that decision is effectuated, often a decision by the Government Accountability Office, which is actually part of Congress, not part of the administration, when that decision is made, it's effectuated by terminating the existing contract, the contract that had been awarded by convenience, for convenience. In other words, we're prohibiting an action that happens literally almost every day. A second example of that is that sometimes errors are discovered in the statement of work after a contract is awarded. So, for instance, the statement of work could be 20, 30, 50 pages long. It's complicated. It has all sorts of specifications in it. A contract is awarded. Once the contract gets underway, it becomes obvious to the government and often to the contractor that there is an error in the statement of work that cannot be fixed by any other practical means except to terminate the contract for convenience. Another example of how this happens on a regular basis. Sometimes there are cost reimbursement contracts that are issued. Cost reimbursement contracts are actually frequently issued by NASA for a variety of different reasons. NASA is generally more likely to use a cost reimbursement contract than others are. Sometimes when a particular component or part becomes very expensive, a particular kind of supply, like let's say titanium, becomes extremely expensive, there's a need to terminate that contract, the cost reimbursement contract. Otherwise, the government ends up spending huge amounts of money that it couldn't possibly have anticipated because it could not predict that the cost of that supply would go up. Also, from time to time, there's events that occur in the real world, like, for instance, let's say, God forbid, the space station were hit by a meteor. Now, the contract that is in place right now would have the support for the space station continue indefinitely because there would be no way to terminate those contracts for convenience to the government. Now, this provision does say that we can fix that problem by authorizing or requiring by law a separate provision enacted by the date of, after the date of the enactment of this act. The problem with that fix is that that would be an earmark. We'd be saying this contractor gets this money, this other contractor doesn't get the money. It might even be considered to be a bill of attainder, which is unconstitutional under the basic provisions that apply to us under Article 1. In short, I understand the problem. This is not the way to solve the problem. This is in the nature of using a hammer to affix a screw to the wall. It just doesn't work. Therefore, I've offered my solution to the problem, which is to fix this by saying the administrator may not initiate termination of a covered program unless such program termination is authorized or required by law enacted after the date of enactment of this act. I am open to any other solution to this problem. I don't have a dog in this fight, but I believe that this substantially impairs normal contract functioning within the agency. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grayson. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Brooks, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the gentleman for his amendment, but I respectfully oppose it. The purpose of the termination liability provision in the bill is to free up approximately $300 million on the Space Launch System and Orion crew vehicle programs that the NASA Chief Financial Officer, a political appointee of the Obama administration, has tied up in potential contractor termination liabilities since 2010. This $300 million is much better spent in developing the systems and bringing NASA's Orion vehicle and Space Launch System online sooner, not being held as it is now in an escrow-like account in case NASA defaults and terminates the contract. By striking the protection provided to the prime contractors in Mr. Grayson's amendment, NASA could terminate the prime contracts without consultation with the Congress. We should learn from the history and cancellation of the Constellation program and the unilateral waste of billions of taxpayers' dollars by this administration when they canceled the Constellation program. That is what we're guarding against in this provision and why I opposed Mr. Grayson's amendment. We should not be watering down this termination liability provision, and we in Congress should provide more stability of purpose for the International Space Station, Space Launch System, and Orion programs, not less political stability. And there would be less political stability in NASA programs if Mr. Grayson's amendment is approved. Hence, I urge this committee to reject Mr. Grayson's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Are there other members who wish to be heard? The gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici.
Move to strike the last word.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I find this discussion intriguing, and I feel like I need to hear some more from Mr. Grayson, so I yield some time to Mr. Grayson.
Thank you. Listen, I was not aware of what you just indicated, and with all due respect to the gentleman, I don't believe that this provision does what the gentleman thinks it does. With regard to the $300 million potential termination liability in the escrow account that's been established, this would not prevent that. If the gentleman is seeking to prevent that, then the gentleman perhaps would want to offer an amendment of his own. But reading the plain language of this, calling on my experience for a quarter of a century as someone who was involved in government contract law, I don't believe that this does that. I would point out to you that this simply says the administrator may not initiate termination for the convenience of the government. It sounds to me, based upon what the gentleman has said, that that has already been initiated. Secondly, if there are specific contracts that the gentleman believes should not be terminated in the future, the means to do that is to single out those contracts. This goes far beyond that. This covers every prime contract, every single contract the government enters into under the International Space Station program, the Space Launch System, and the Orion Crew Capsule. As I said before, I have no dog in this fight. I'm certainly not anxious to see money denied to Lockheed or any other contractor on the merits, but I do believe that this provision does not do what the gentleman seeks to do. I reserve the balance of my time.
Okay. Does the gentlewoman yield back?
I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentlewoman, and the gentlewoman from Texas, who is the ranking member, is recognized.
I move to strike the last word.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While I know Mr. Grayson is well-meaning, I oppose this amendment. Those of us who were here during the transition from the Constellation program to today's Space Launch System and Orion spacecraft remember all too well the events associated with potential termination of then existing contracts. Unfortunately, abound at the contractor plants and NASA centers, including the Kennedy Space Center, the intended launch site for Constellation program launch vehicles such as Ares 1. Fortunately, things were resolved and transition was allowed to continue. With regards to Mr. Grayson's specific amendment, I have these observations. Federal acquisition regulations dictate agency actions in the event a contract needs to be terminated at the convenience of the government, such as when a program is no longer needed. The other type of termination, called termination for cause, can occur when a contractor fails to perform. Termination for cause is also covered by federal regulations, specifying that this section only deals with termination for convenience is important. Also important is limiting the provisions in this section to prime contracts. The impetus for clarifying the implementation of termination liability at NASA is that contractors are currently holding program funding estimated to be in the hundreds of millions of dollars to cover the potential termination liability should the government choose to terminate the programs for convenience. As a result, hundreds of millions of taxpayers' dollars are unavailable for meaningful work on these programs. Contracts are written between the government and the prime contractor. The government does not get involved in the prime contractor's subcontracts. Thus, removing prime contract from the language in this section would not be appropriate. I would offer to work with the gentleman as we move forward to come up with acceptable language addressing termination liability. But for the reasons that I just identified, I cannot support the amendment offered today. I yield back.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. If there's no further discussion, the vote is on the Grayson amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. We will now go to an amendment to be offered by Ms. Edwards, her number 25, number 30 on the roster, and she is recognized for that purpose.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2687, offered by Ms. Edwards of Maryland, amendment number 025.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentlewoman is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have had a discussion about the extension of government indemnification for third-party liability for commercial space launch providers, at least in the time that I've been on this committee. And I know I've expressed concerns with the indemnification process. My amendment, in fact, would strike the 5-year extension of government indemnification for third-party liability for commercial space launch providers. And let me tell you why. The provision extends currently in the underlying bill indemnification for 5 years, and it affects the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration, which has the authority over commercial space and is really not germane to the NASA Authorization Act of 2013. In addition, the committee has held no hearings in this Congress on the liability and indemnification regime. Much has changed since the enactment of the provision in 1988, and we really do need to thoroughly examine the underlying basis for indemnification and the risk-sharing regime in the context of current commercial space launch environments. Further, at a hearing that was held by the committee about a year ago, I raised several questions about how the commercial space launch industry is maturing and what's needed to determine its readiness to assume more risk. A 2012 Government Accountability Office report made a recommendation that would help improve the accuracy of how the FAA determines the amount of private insurance commercial space launch providers need to obtain. Mr. Chairman, these are issues the committee really should consider before making a blanket 5-year extension. I'm excited by the progress that the commercial space companies are making, and as I described before, this member of Congress had been a great skeptic, but I've been moved. I'm especially excited about the domain of suborbital and orbital cargo, and eventually even crew transportation with the right safety requirements. I do want them to succeed. And in these hard economic times, it's important that we take a close look at the government indemnification regime that was put in place years ago and determine whether or not any changes are needed and how it accommodates the current environment. This NASA authorization bill is definitely not the time or the appropriate legislation for that discussion, and with that, I would urge support of my amendment.
Okay.
Thank you, and I yield.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. The gentleman from California, Mr. Rohrbacher, the Vice Chairman of the committee, is recognized.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Chairman, I oppose this amendment, which would eliminate an extension of the common sense limitations on liability exposure for commercial space launches. A few years ago, when I chaired the Space and Aeronautics Subcommittee, the FAA was directed to provide an ongoing analysis for the rationale for and the potential intended consequences, for unintended consequences of this indemnification provision. According to the FAA analysis, the two options before us then were to extend the limited liability provision, which has never, I might add, never cost the American people one dime, the American taxpayers, not one penny, or option number two, though unintended, it would eliminate it and would then give a competitive advantage if we eliminate this limitation on liability exposure. Once we do that, we've given a tremendous competitive advantage to China and other foreign launch providers. This is, of course, the same choice. That's what we analyzed back when I was the chairman, 15 years ago. That's the same choice we're making today. And if we give foreign rocket companies an advantage today, it's going to cost American jobs. And it's going to cost, the jobs that are going to be cost are the best jobs in our country. I mean, these are working people's dreams to work on these space projects. But that work, I'm sorry, we're giving the Chinese the ability to undercut whatever they come up with and from the American workers. So while we're undermining jobs, we're undermining our economy, we are undermining our national security by giving up this very sensible limited liability exposure in this industry. And back in 2004, I authored the current regulatory regime for human space flight, which has worked better than what people expected. And late last year, we extended that regime for 1 year as the Science Committee's part of the recent FAA reauthorization bill. It would be very tempting to try to revisit the regulatory issue or some other provisions with this legislation. So I would like to thank Chairman Palazzo for offering a clean extension bill that asks only for the critical questions before us: do we extend launch indemnifications, or do we hand over the launch industry completely to foreign competitors? You know, there's a saying that we Republicans like to have, and I know it's a difference in view of what the very nature of government is, but we'd like to say that bureaucracy is the most efficient method ever devised for turning pure energy into solid waste. Well, there's only one thing more powerful than that, and that's lawyers when they get involved. I remember back in the 1970s when Star Trek was on TV, and people knew the power of lawyers, too, because there's all sorts of other programs on TV about lawyers. And the one program series that was rejected was Lawyers in Space. I mean, even the American people aren't going to go for something like that. And let me add one last note. And space is a void. There's a void in space that the human voice cannot transmit. You can't actually, sound waves can't go through space. So the only benefit, really benefit, would be is if we do have lawyers in space, they're not even going to be able to talk to one another, because that's what the void of space offers us. We cannot permit the type of legal roadblocks and tie-ups that more mature industries have. We can't let those get in the way of America being the preeminent power in space. And if we jump in, and as this industry is maturing, if we eliminate this indemnification and send in shiploads of lawyers all looking for some way to sue somebody and make some money, it's going to tie down this industry at a time when the Chinese and others are offering incredible competition. We shouldn't give the competition the edge. So the choice for us is clear. America must remain the preeminent space-going nation, which means we must oppose this amendment. I ask my colleagues to join me in voting no.
Thank you, Mr. Rohrabacher. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Johnson, is recognized.
I move to strike the last word.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I support Ms. Edwards' amendment to strike the 5-year extension of U.S. government indemnification for third-party liability regarding U.S. commercial space launches. We're here today to consider authorization of funding and policy for NASA. However, this provision concerns actions related to U.S. commercial space launches that are outside of NASA's statutory authority. Commercial space launch relates to actions of the FAA and its Office of Commercial Space Transportation. Moreover, the committee has not held hearings during this Congress to discuss why a 5-year extension is justified. The liability and indemnification regime for the U.S. commercial space launches is an important topic. The proposal for a 5-year extension should be considered by the committee and informed by hearings. We have more than enough time to do just that and decide on the appropriate legislative action before the current indemnification regime expires. I urge my colleagues to support Ms. Edwards' amendment to strike the blanket 5-year indemnification extension so that this committee can do the serious oversight this issue requires. I thank you and yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Is there any further discussion on the Edwards amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Grayson, Florida.
Okay, we'll recognize Mr. Grayson first and then Ms. Bonamici.
I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to go over exactly what we're talking about here. This is a provision that eliminates contractor liability of a certain amount for death, bodily injury, property damage, or loss resulting from space flight. You know, so for instance, if a contractor, a commercial contractor, let us say, puts together a rocket, the rocket is launched, the rocket falls out of the sky and destroys a farm, a skyscraper, kills people, then in that scenario means that the government, the taxpayer, ends up paying rather than the contractor. I want to point out that in the modern world that we live in, normally that kind of liability is something that's done by private industry through private insurance. Such policies, these kinds of policies are available. These are policies that are the types of Lloyd's of London policies that one hears about. They involve large amounts of money, but nevertheless they are obtainable. There are other ways to deal with this problem other than simply saying, let's let the taxpayer hold the bag. I don't believe myself that it's persuasive to say that it's never happened before. If it's never happened before, one could just easily argue the opposite, that there's no need for a provision like this because maybe it'll never happen. But the reason why we do have a provision like this is because people contemplate the possibility that this activity could be so dangerous that, for instance, a rocket could fall out of the sky and land on a skyscraper in the middle of New York, or Orlando, or Los Angeles, or anywhere else.
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Yes.
Do the Chinese people who would be competing with us, would they have the liability costs added to their rockets, or is this just putting us at a disadvantage to them as competitors?
Well, if I may reclaim my time, I did hear the gentleman's argument with regard to the Chinese. And certainly there's nothing that I can say or do that will move the Chinese as a threat in the gentleman's own mind. I concede that point. But nevertheless, the Chinese operate on the same terms as the U.S. companies do in this regard. In fact, this particular provision, the provision that we're talking about here, 51 U.S.C. 50915, applies to every licensee who's involved in the space program, including potentially Chinese offerors. There is no distinction that I can see in the law between a Chinese offeror and a U.S. offeror under this provision. It turns on who is licensed by the agency, not the nationality of the offeror. If a Chinese offeror were to go ahead and to get a contract to provide that kind of facility to NASA, then the Chinese offeror would be covered to an equal degree. I don't understand, and I will yield back to the gentleman if he wants, but I don't understand why the gentleman thinks that somehow this provision protects only U.S. offerors. I think on its plain terms it does not.
Well, as the gentleman was suggesting, that if the Chinese are building, we're talking about Chinese companies building rockets for China and having an alternative to marketplace, alternative to American producers and the United States, well, that gives them, if we have liability costs that they don't have, that adds to our costs and would again put our people at a disadvantage, a competitive disadvantage.
All right, I'll reclaim my time. I've looked at the provision. I don't see any national origin type limitation on who gets the protection of this provision. You know, if the gentleman wants to offer such an amendment, then that's something that could be considered by the committee, I guess, on its own merits. But right now, this Chinese boogeyman doesn't seem to apply to this particular situation. I'm speaking about this because I regard this as a form of corporate welfare, something that the gentleman has a long history of opposing, something that many of the gentlemen and gentleladies on the other side of the aisle have a long history of opposing. I think that this is, in fact, a subsidy to private industry, and in the end, a bailout to private industry if such an accident should happen at the expense of the taxpayers.
But the gentleman, you have one more question.
Yes.
Did we offer the same sort of, if you look at it as a subsidy, or you could look at it as a developmental consideration, did we not have the same provision for the development of our aviation industry and commercial aviation?
I am not familiar with that. I am familiar with the similar provision that we have for nuclear energy, and I'm against that one as well. I think that's another example of our subsidizing a particular industry, making taxpayer resources available in the event of an accident that should be covered by private insurance, where the expense is internalized to the entity involved that's making the profit.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rohrabacher. Is there further? Thank you, Mr. Grayson. Is there further discussion? The gentleman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm supporting Ms. Edwards' amendment, and in defense of space lawyers, want to point out, especially to the chairman of the subcommittee, that the University of Mississippi Law School does have a National Center for Remote Sensing Air and Space Law, where they publish the Journal of Space Law. But in all seriousness, I am very concerned about a 5-year extension of this type of indemnification clause that does put liability on the taxpayers. And certainly this length of extension without a thorough discussion about the ramifications, as was brought forward here, calls for this amendment to be passed so we can discuss this further. But we should not be extending indemnification for 5 years, and I support Ms. Edwards' amendment, and I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Bonamici. The vote occurs on the Edwards Amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Opinion of the chairs, barely the nays have it. Amendment is not agreed to. We'll now go to an amendment to be offered by the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 26.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent the amendment be considered as
Without
read.
objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, my amendment makes changes to provisions in the bill that would limit NASA's ability to enter into space agreements with outside organizations. Space Act agreements are a crucial tool that NASA uses to partner with outside stakeholders to gain access to a wide range of technologies and capabilities. These partnerships expand NASA's ability to meet the difficult technical challenges they face in space exploration, often at little or no cost to the taxpayer. A solid partnership enables NASA to bring their expertise, assets, or information together with an outside partner to help further goals for aeronautics research and space exploration. These agreements are especially useful as NASA continues to work with its partners in the commercial space industry on the Commercial Crew Program. NASA uses Space Act agreements because, unlike traditional procurement contracts, the goal of the Commercial Crew Program is to support the development of domestic commercial capabilities rather than purchase goods for the direct use of the federal government. Space Act agreements increase flexibility for both NASA and outside partners when establishing milestones, schedules, and payments. Because NASA partners are expected to contribute toward the development costs, they have an incentive to streamline their costs and develop the most efficient products. Instead of being rewarded for delays and cost overruns, Space Act agreement partners are rewarded for innovation and efficiency. In its present form, the bill before us today would place additional requirements on NASA's use of Space Act agreements, which would in turn limit the effectiveness of these agreements. Tying NASA's hands could impact their ability to find efficiencies and drive down cost. Additionally, placing further limits on the negotiation process would discourage contractors from entering into Space Act agreements for fear that valuable proprietary information could be disclosed. My amendment strikes the provisions in the bill that would limit NASA's ability to negotiate Space Act agreements while maintaining a balance to ensure these agreements are more transparent in the future. This amendment retains the requirement in the bill that the NASA administrator make all Space Act agreements publicly available on NASA's website within 60 days. However, it strikes redundant language that is already current law about the need for Space Act agreements and removes provisions that would establish unreasonable cost-sharing requirements. It also strikes the required public notice and comment period that would undermine and delay the negotiation process, and it eliminates the $50 million cap on Space Act agreements in the bill. Other federal agencies, such as the Department of Defense, the Department of Homeland Security, the FAA, and the Department of Energy enter into similar contracts and are not required to meet such onerous standards. Why should NASA? The United States manufactures more launch vehicles, spacecraft, and satellites than any other country, but we cannot keep our competitive edge if we don't use every tool available to foster innovation and ingenuity at NASA and in the commercial space industry. My amendment ensures NASA retains its flexibility to use Space Act agreements to carry out its missions and to further domestic partnerships that will maintain the United States' role as a leader in aerospace. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Takano. The gentleman from California, Mr. Rohrbacher, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank my colleague for offering this amendment and for bringing up the important point that the bill's provisions may have unintended consequences that impact on NASA's ability to implement the programs that we've told them to implement. And I strongly share, the concerns that he has voiced today, and think he has a point in congratulating him to moving forward to see how we can fix that. I think it's fair to say that there are some serious concerns with the way NASA has been managing some of their Space Act agreements. Some of my colleagues requested a list of active Space Act agreements last year. NASA's answer led to the unavoidable conclusion that we should have broad concerns and serious questions about NASA's commitment to accountability and transparency for the agency's use of these agreements. This legislation is intended to provide that accountability and transparency. However, it has also become clear that there are potential unintended consequences of this language, which we have just heard, which may have a negative impact on some NASA programs. I believe the amendment language is intended to avoid these unintended consequences. As I say, I strongly agree with the points that you've made. And I share these concerns and have had conversations with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. And I know that this is not just the two of us, but our colleagues share these concerns as well. I think the legislation can be improved, and I have spoken with Chairman Smith, who has offered to work with those of us who have those concerns in mind and try to eliminate the unintended consequences while at the same time guaranteeing the necessary and appropriate transparency and accountability. I would then ask the gentleman to consider withdrawing his amendment and working with us to address these concerns, working with Chairman Smith and myself to address the concerns that you have vocalized today.
I appreciate the response of my colleague from California, and I appreciate the gentleman's willingness to find common ground on this issue and to work in a bipartisan way. While I stand by the initial amendment, I would be willing to work together with my colleagues from the other side of the aisle. I find that sections A and E are particularly problematic. Will my colleagues, will you, my colleague and the chairman, agree on the record that we work to find a solution to the cost-sharing agreement requirements and the $50 million cap in the bill?
Well, I certainly would agree to work with you to find a solution to that that would be mutually acceptable. And I would have to, and I cannot commit Mr. Chairman Smith unless you'd like to mention something now.
Yep, and I'll agree with Mr. Rohrbacher. Before the gentleman withdraws his amendment, the gentleman from Alabama would like to be recognized, and I'd like to do that now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me focus on the provisions that this amendment seeks to change in the bill. First, it seeks to change Section 707A, the cost-sharing requirement. This is what would be deleted. To the extent that the administrator determines practicable, the funds provided by the government under a funded Space Act agreement shall not exceed the total amount provided by other parties to the Space Act agreement. So right now we've got basically a 50-50 cap. The gentleman's amendment would strike this, and I think that's of concern when the private sector is supposed to be contributing significantly to these commercial space enterprises. The second provision that the amendment seeks to strike is one entitled Need. A Space Act agreement may be used only when the use of a standard contract, grant, or cooperative agreement is not feasible or appropriate, as determined by the Associate Administrator for Procurement. And then the third paragraph that the gentleman's amendment seeks to strike is E, Authorization. The administrator may not enter into a funded Space Act agreement for amount in excess of $50 million unless such agreement has been specifically authorized by law. Well, personally, when we're talking about taxpayer money in excess of $50 million, I would prefer that it be specifically authorized by law. That having been said, this amendment strips the bill of necessary good government oversight provisions. Space Act agreements lack transparency and accountability as to where funds are going, for what purpose they are being used, and at what cost. because the government cannot levy design requirements in a Space Act agreement, it also cannot evaluate compliance to those requirements. This creates a significant potential risk for both the contractor and for NASA. Space Act agreement contractors need to efficiently progress their designs, but are doing so without NASA agreement of required compliance, pushing that risk downstream where it could be significantly more costly to modify. NASA should be able to report the number of Space Act agreements it has, as well as justify new Space Act agreements entered into. I oppose this amendment, which strips the bill of good government oversight provisions. I do not think it burdensome for NASA to report to Congress information it should already have. NASA should be able to tell Congress how many Space Act agreements it has. NASA should be able to justify the Space Act agreements it enters into. NASA should provide advance notice of Space Act agreements it intends to sign, particularly those of large size. And also, I respectfully submit it is not too burdensome for NASA to justify their request to sign multi-million-dollar agreements. Hence, I would oppose this amendment. I appreciate the gentleman's willingness to withdraw it, but if it's going to be renegotiated, I would hope that some of these concerns would be kept in mind as it is being negotiated. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And Mr. Brooks, you would be willing to work with Mr. Takano, would you not, to try to come up with a solution?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
from California.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your offer of, in exchange for my willingness to move, to withdraw the amendment, to work on sections A and E in particular, likewise Mr. Rohrabacher and Mr. Brooks. Section A imposes cost-sharing requirements that completely, in my view, undermines NASA's use of Space Act agreements. The $50 million cap means that Congress would have to specifically authorize that every Space Act program agreement that reaches this figure. I find this to be a problem. What's at stake here, and I think my colleague from California would agree with me, is the very, very viability of private space, and it's an important industry to our country. I think it will do much to bring actually the cost of space outlays, bring those down considerably. So again, I just ask my colleagues willing to go on a record stating that they will work with me to ensure that these problems are resolved in the final bill. Yep. My sense is yes.
Yep,
So,
we absolutely will, and appreciate the comments. Thank you, Mr. Takano. Without objection, the amendment is withdrawn.
Yep.
We'll now go to an amendment to be offered by the ranking member, Ms. Johnson, and she is recognized for that purpose.
Thank you. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2687 offered by Ms. Johnson of Texas, amendment number 007.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we all share the goal of a strong and vibrant NASA, able to continue to push back the frontiers of space exploration while also doing important work in science and aeronautics. And I think we all want to provide NASA with as much stability as possible. Since aerospace R&D is a long-term endeavor by its very nature and not something that can be easily turned on and off to deal with near-term problems, that and the desire to insulate NASA from politics are what I take as a rationale for directing a 6-year term for the NASA administration in this bill. While I can share the desires, I do not think this provision should be in this NASA Authorization Act, and my amendment would simply strike all of Section 711. Mr. Chairman, as we have already discussed, the reasons for instability are not tied to the lack of a fixed term of the NASA administrator. Rather, instability results from actions by the President or the Congress to make policy changes affecting the agency, which is the prerogative of both branches of government, and something that will happen whether or not the NASA administrator has a 6-year term. And in those few agencies that have fixed-year terms for their leader, for example, NSF, FAA, and FBI, it hasn't prevented those agencies from having vacancies in those positions for extended periods. More damagingly, instability results from the repeated failure of Congress to provide funding to its agencies in a timely manner. It also results from cuts to NASA's budget, precisely what is being done in this bill before us today, and something that won't be prevented by NASA's administrator having a fixed term. The other rationale, insulating NASA from politics, just isn't supported by the facts. Look at the National Science Foundation. Its director has a fixed term of service, but that hasn't insulated the foundation from political attacks. Equally importantly, NASA is not simply a grant-making agency or an investigative office of the government. It is a mission-directed agency that has great visibility and challenging initiatives to carry out. Do we really want the NASA administrator to be isolated from the president? Or do we want an administrator who has the support of the president because the president has picked him or her for the job? I think we want the administrator who has access to the president, at least in a similar capacity as cabinet secretaries, who are also selected by each president. In closing, I think this is an idea that has not been well vetted. Before such a fundamental change would be proposed in statute, I would have thought we would have sought testimony from former NASA administrators and senior officials from previous administrations on the proposal. Unfortunately, this committee has not done so. I would urge members to support my amendment to strike this provision so that the committee can do the proper oversight on it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I'll recognize myself in opposition. The Space Subcommittee held a hearing last February on the Space Leadership Act proposed by our colleagues on the Appropriations Subcommittee that funds NASA. They were concerned that decision-making within NASA had become too politicized. After looking at the stability of purpose at the National Science Foundation and the FBI, compared to the turmoil and changing administrators at NASA over the past decade, they recommended that NASA administrator have a 6-year term appointment like the National Science Foundation director. An administrator's 6-year term appointment will create some stability for NASA rather than have administrators change with presidential elections. Second, while NASA is a civilian agency and should be headed by a civilian, there is a talent pool of active duty military astronauts and other leaders who may be qualified to serve as the deputy administrator. For example, NASA's current administrator, Charlie Bolden, was first nominated to serve as the deputy administrator while he was still on active duty in the military. The Space Leadership Act might help NASA better achieve long-term goals and might remove some political consideration from a civilian agency. So I have to oppose the gentlewoman's amendment. Are there other members who wish to be heard on this amendment? The gentlewoman from Maryland, Ms. Edwards, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to indicate my support for the ranking member's amendment to strike this provision dealing with NASA's leadership. The provision would make statutory changes to the NASA administrator's term, among other leadership modifications. The NASA administrator has always been a presidentially appointed position. The provision would give the administrator a statutory 6-year term with potential reappointments, a fundamental change from current practice. And I think the chairman has pointed out the kind of instability that's occurred with NASA, especially over recent years. And I have to tell you, in my experience on this committee, Mr. Chairman, that instability has been caused by a lack of vision from the Congress, a lack of funding from the Congress, and competing visions from multiple administrations, Republicans and Democrats. It actually doesn't have anything to do with the term of service of the administrator. It has to do with the fact that this Congress needs to give proper direction on a policy level to the administration so that whatever administrator would be able to move forward in implementing that vision. Mr. Chairman, I think we need to gain a greater understanding of the rationale and the potential implications for such a change before we move forward. I mean, imagine that. We haven't even heard from past administrators, for instance, on this proposal. That would give us great insight in terms of what some of the challenges are and what kinds of changes might be made to the administrative structure. I hope the committee will have an opportunity to hear the full range of views on this proposal and to weigh the pros and cons of making a change that would affect NASA's leadership far into the future. Here we are 50-some years into the National Aeronautics and Space Administration making the kind of change in a wholesale way that may or may not make the kind of change that is responsible and that enables NASA to act fully upon its mission. What we know is that the agency needs direction, guidance, and funding to do its work. And we can either decide that we're going to take on the challenges of the 21st century with a 21st century space program, or we can nickel and dime the agency until it almost doesn't need to exist anymore and then pretend that changing the term of the administrator is what's going to make a difference in terms of enacting that vision. I think we've got it all wrong right here, and I would urge members to vote yes on this amendment.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Edwards.
That I yield.
The question is on the Johnson Amendment. All in favor say aye.
I request a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 2F and House Rule 112H4. Proceedings on this vote will be postponed. We will now go to the next amendment to be offered by the gentlewoman from Maryland, Ms. Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm introducing, first, I do have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2687 offered by Ms. Edwards of Maryland, amendment number 015.
Okay, without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I know it's been a long day and we're near finish. I'm introducing this amendment actually quite reluctantly. I have, as you know, worked on, and we have as Democrat members, worked on a substitute amendment that fully recognizes the multi-mission function of NASA and what it takes to move it into the 21st century. We have put in funding levels to meet that function, as is our responsibility as authorizers. And yet here we are today with an underlying bill that does great damage to the nation's space program. We will no longer be international leaders with the program that has been proposed by the majority. And so I introduce this amendment reluctantly because I don't think that the committee has really taken seriously the dire budget realities faced by NASA as a result of sequestration funding levels that then are codified in this bill. And I want to make clear from the outset that while the amendment takes a look at a really difficult choice, it by no means is a declaration of support for such a consolidation. In fact, I think, Mr. Chairman, as you know, if I had my way, if we had our way as Democrats working together, we would have robust funding proposed for a unique and new and visionary policy direction for the agency that would not have to result in the kind of consolidation proposed in this amendment. An independent Center on Realignment and Closure Commission would be tasked with studying the cost savings to the government as well as the job impacts of closing and consolidating operations at certain NASA facilities. It would help this committee determine how best to allocate NASA's limited resources. And I think if the majority is willing to make such deep cuts, the majority should also be willing to make the tough choices that those harsh budget cuts can result in looking at the centers and making sure that the agency has the resources to meet its responsibilities. In light of the funding levels that have been proposed in the underlying bill, we have to consider those options. Sadly, we have to consider those options. We have to consider what the impact is to the workforce and what it is to the work. And there might be duplicative missions at NASA centers, and we ought to know this. And this amendment first asks the Commission to look at the Marshall Space Flight Center and the Stennis Flight Center to determine if their rocket-related activities should be combined at one location rather than split among the two, between the two. As both centers focus on rocketry, there could be benefits in co-locating scientists and engineers from both facilities. I don't know the answers to those questions. By tasking the Commission to look at job impacts such an action may have, it will help this committee have a better sense of the total effects of such an action, especially in this funding environment where the majority has decided to strip away $1 billion from the President's request. The amendment also asks the Commission to look at the benefits and costs of consolidating functions at Marshall Space Center and the Stennis and Johnson Space Centers, two other major human spaceflight and rocketry centers. Already, as has been indicated and present in the underlying bill, $600 million plus has already been stripped out of the Goddard Space Flight Center, and so you don't need to rip that apart anymore. The amendment tasks the Commission with determining the job impacts in both the private and public sectors resulting from such an action. It might be that the negative impacts to employment felt in one community will be offset by gains in another community. I don't know. I guess we'll just have to see. We don't have any ability within the purview of the committee to look at other areas of the federal budgets for savings, only in this one. And so, to reiterate, I'm not advocating that any of these steps be taken. Marshall and its workforce have provided great value to our nation, but rather hampering NASA's future over misgivings about social programs, as this committee has no jurisdiction over, I think we have an obligation to examine all of the options and to put them on the table. But not studying these options, I think, would be a dereliction of our duties to be fiscally responsible with taxpayer dollars. I look forward to continued debate, although I will say that in consideration of my colleagues, I would choose perhaps to withdraw the amendment. And I would do that because I believe in the multi-mission function of NASA in all of its centers and all of its agencies. I believe in the science mission of this nation. I believe in the space mission of this nation as a leader internationally. I just don't think it can be accomplished within the budget that's been outlined by the majority. And so I wanted to say to you, Mr. Chairman, that yesterday you approached me about possibly withdrawing these amendments. And you said that they seem deeply personal to two members of this committee. But you know what? It's not personal, because what is deeply personal is $600 million in cuts to the Goddard Space Flight Center where I live. That is deeply personal. But we should be talking about the direction of this agency and talking about investing in the future and doing that in a bipartisan way and trying to strike the kind of bipartisan approach that already has been taken by Senator Shelby, by Senator Nelson, and by my Congresswoman, my Senator Barbara Mikulski on the Senate side. They represent the same interests that we do here on this committee, and yet they have managed to come up with an agreement that strikes the right balance among the centers, but also takes seriously the responsibility of asking NASA not to do more with less, not to put a laundry list of things that it's required to do, and not provide the funding levels that will allow them to meet their responsibilities. With that, I will withdraw my amendment.
With that objection, the amendment is withdrawn, and I appreciate Ms. Edwards doing so. We'll now go to an amendment to be offered by the Ranking Member, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 2687, offered by Ms. Johnson of Texas, amendment number 028. At the end of the bill, insert the following new section. Section 714. Flexibility.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentlewoman is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am offering this amendment because I strongly feel that our committee, the sole House Authorizing Committee for NASA, the committee that was created to oversee NASA and whose existence is extrinsically linked to NASA's fortunes, shouldn't be setting NASA up for a failure. Unfortunately, that's what the majority's bill does. At our sole legislative hearing on this bill, both expert witnesses indicated that the agency could not ever achieve the many requirements in this bill under the sequester level of funding that is locked in by this authorization. That is totally in the totality of our legislative record here today. The majority bill sets NASA up to fail. We've had many amendments offered on our side to rectify this situation by increasing the authorization levels to match the programmatic requirements in the bill. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle don't like these amendments. That's unfortunate, but not surprising. What is surprising is that despite how much our colleagues on the other side like to lecture us Democrats about the need to make tough choices, they refuse to make them in this bill. They refuse to acknowledge the fact, verified by experts, that this bill sets NASA up to fail. What have they done to fix this problem in the month we've had since we heard from those experts? Nothing. Well, here's your chance. This amendment helps to fix the problem without increasing funding. All of my Republican colleagues should be supporting this amendment. The amendment simply provides that NASA administrator, with the flexibility he sees, to respond to the many unfunded mandates in this bill. The amendment includes reporting requirements to Congress so we can respond to the administrator's decision if we disagree. I want NASA to succeed. If you feel the same way, then you must support this amendment. We cannot be setting this agency up to fail. If we do that, then we failed our constituents and we failed our country. I thank you and yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I'll recognize myself in brief opposition. And I appreciate her amendment, but still the amendment would tell the NASA administrator to ignore any of the priorities set forth by Congress in this legislation. In my
If the
view,
funds are not available.
in my view, it would abdicate any decision-making role by Congress. So I can't support the gentlewoman's amendment. Recommend that my colleagues vote no. And I'll recognize the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Palazzo, for any remarks he wants to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, we kind of business moved pretty fast, and I just wanted to walk back a little bit and thank the gentlewoman from Maryland for withdrawing her amendment. You know, we've worked hard and tried to be as transparent as possible throughout the whole process. Almost really 2 years worth of hearings since the last authorization. We've done a lot of stuff looking at the budget. But it comes down to, I mean, which reality are we living in? I mean, we're $17 trillion in debt. We've had 4 years of record unemployment, 4 years of trillion-dollar deficits. I mean, people in America are hurting. If they're fortunate enough to have a job, their wages have been flat or decreasing, while the cost of everything else has gone up. And why would we send a bill, or why would we bring up a bill that's just going to be set up for failure in the House and possibly set up for failure in the Senate, or dead on arrival is a term that the ranking members use on occasion, when just today that Senator Shelby voted against the bill because he said it does not live within the commitments and the requirements of the sequester. But we want to pass a bill that's going to preserve America's leadership in space, that's going to prioritize James Webb Telescope, that's going to prioritize SLS and Orion, the ISS and commercial crew and cargo. And that's what this bill has done. It might not be the perfect bill that the members in the minority wanted, but it's the cards that have been dealt to us, and I just wish that we could have found grounds to come together in a bipartisan way. But I do want to thank my colleague for withdrawing her amendment, because Marshall and Stennis, Johnson, Kennedy, all of our senators add so much to our space legacy, and if we do it right, it'll only get brighter in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Plaza. Would you yield to the gentleman from Alabama?
I will yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Palazzo. I, too, appreciate the gentlelady from Maryland choosing to withdraw her amendment. I understand the dissatisfaction she must have with this legislation, as many of us from Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, and other NASA centers have also had to struggle with this similar kind of burden over the last decade or so in our own different ways. I do find it interesting that the ranking member sought to close one or more NASA facilities outside of her district. This is even more interesting when one considers the significant funding increases the NASA facility in her district has enjoyed in
Would
recent
the gentleman
years.
yield? You're speaking about
No,
an
thank you.
amendment that's been withdrawn.
While the government, NASA, and the everyday taxpayer have seen their budgets tighten, the center in Miss Edwards' district has swollen. For example, NASA's Earth Science budget has increased nearly 50% since 2008, the lion's share of that going to her district, yet she initiated steps to close NASA's Stennis and/or Marshall centers, which happen to be in the districts of the Space Subcommittee chair and vice chair. I believe this gentlelady is proposing this amendment in response to perceived attacks on her district, but this is just not true. In these tight times I might add, that were brought about by President Obama's Budget Control Act of 2011, which mandates NASA cuts, and in fairness to the gentlelady from Maryland, she voted against it and I voted against it too. The first obvious choice to turn to balance a budget is the account that recently received the largest increase. Unlike the exploration account, which was cut in 2009, forcing the cancellation of the Constellation program and the decimation of NASA centers like the Kennedy Space Center, the Earth Science account increases have resulted in significant growth at NASA's Goddard Center. These previous transfers of funds from exploration to Earth Science and space technology resulted in one of the largest reductions in NASA and support contractor workforces in the history of Florida, Alabama, and Texas. I appreciate the chairman of this committee and the chairman of the subcommittee working as best he can, given the financial constraints imposed upon us by the Budget Control Act, and I appreciate the gentlelady from Maryland withdrawing her amendment inasmuch as it would have divided NASA and us, and it should have been, and in my judgment would have been, rejected. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Are there other members who wish to be recognized? If not, the vote is on the Johnson Amendment. All in favor?
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 2F and House Rule 11-2H4. Proceedings on this vote will be postponed. We will now go to the next to last amendment, I believe, of the day, and it's to be offered by the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Grayson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a simple amendment that is the exact same wording as an amendment that's been adopted on every appropriation bill that has come to the floor so far this year, all three of them. It simply governs the award of contracts to contractors that have been found charged or guilty of particularly heinous crimes like, for instance, theft, forgery, bribery, crimes that have a direct bearing on their honesty. This amendment has been offered and adopted by voice vote on the floor of the House on each occasion without opposition. Okay. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Grayson. I think this is a good amendment. I recommend that my colleagues accept it, and without objection, it is accepted. And the last amendment also is Mr. Grayson's, and he's recognized for that purpose.
Yes, I have an amendment at the desk. It reads as follows: amendment offered by Rep. Grayson, number 100, page 9, line 3, after allocations, insert, the Science Mission Directorate shall remain a priority, and this is simply addressed.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Yes, sir. Amendment to H.R. 2687, offered by Mr. Grayson of Florida, amendment number 100.
Okay. Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much. This simply has to do with what to do with incremental funds that may or may not be available. I appreciate the courtesy extended by the majority in this regard, and its continuing concern that science get a fair allocation within the agency. Therefore, I offer this amendment. I reserve the rest of my time. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Grayson. I again recommend that my colleagues accept this amendment. It's an improvement to the bill, and without objection, it is accepted. That concludes our consideration of amendments for the day. We will now go to a series of roll call votes. Because roll call votes on amendments to the bill are pending pursuant to Committee Rule 2F and House Rule 11-2H4, further proceedings further proceedings on the bill will be postponed. Pursuant to the Chairman's previous order, we will now proceed on the postponed roll call votes. The committee will vote on postponed matters in the order in which the roll call votes were requested. How many are there total? I believe there are 16 roll call votes, and then we'll vote on final passage. The first item is the postponed roll call on the amendment offered by Ms. Edwards of Maryland, Amendment Number 20 to the bill, H.R. 2687, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Smith?
No.
Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Rohrabacher? No. Mr. Rohrabacher votes no. Mr. Hall? No. Mr. Hall votes no. Mr. Sensenbrenner? Mr. Sensenbrenner votes no. Mr. Lucas? No. Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Nagebauer? Mr. McCall? Mr. Brown? No. Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Plazo? No. Mr. Plazo votes no. Mr. Brooks? No. Mr. Brooks votes no. Mr. Holtgren? No. Mr. Holtgren votes no. Mr. Bouchon? No. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Stockman? Mr. Posey? No. Mr. Posey votes no. Mrs. Lummis? Mr. Schweikert? No. Mr. Schweikert votes no. Mr. Massey? No. Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Kramer? Mr. Bridenstine? No. Mr. Bridenstine votes no. Mr. Weber? No. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Stewart? No. Mr. Stewart votes no. Mr. Collins? No. Mr. Collins votes no. Ms. Johnson?
Aye.
Ms. Johnson votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Mr. Lipinski? Ms. Edwards?
Aye.
Ms. Edwards votes aye. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes aye. Ms. Bonamici? Aye. Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Aye. Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Maffei? Mr. Grayson?
Aye.
Mr. Grayson votes aye. Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Mr. Barra? Mr. Barra votes aye. Miss Esty? Miss Esty votes aye. Mr. Vesey? Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Takano? Ms. Kelly?
Are there other members who wish to vote or change their votes? The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Nagebauer.
Mr. Nagebauer votes no.
Mr. Nagebauer votes no.
Gentleman from North Dakota.
Mr. Kramer votes no.
Mr. Kramer votes no.
The clerk will report. Before the clerk reports, how is the gentleman from Illinois recorded?
I do not have a recorded vote for Mr. Lipinski. Aye. Mr. Lipinski votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, 14 members voted aye.
Pretty close. Is the gentlewoman from Maryland recorded? Oh, who did? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was Miss Edwards who requested. No, the gentlewoman from Illinois. Okay.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Chairman, 15 members voted aye, 19 members voted nay.
In this vote, there were 15 ayes and 19 nays. The amendment is not agreed to. The next item is the postponed roll call vote on the amendment offered by Ms. Bonamici of Oregon, Amendment Number 5 to the bill H.R. 2687. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Smith?
No.
Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Rohrabacher?
No.
Mr. Rohrabacher votes no. Mr. Hall? No. Mr. Hall votes no. Mr. Sensenbrenner? Mr. Sensenbrenner votes no. Mr. Lucas? No. Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Nagebauer? No. Mr. Nagebauer votes no. Mr. McCall? Mr. Brown? No. Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Plazo? No. Mr. Plazo votes no. Mr. Brooks? No. Mr. Brooks votes no. Mr. Holtgren? No. Mr. Holtgren votes no. Mr. Bouchon? No. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Stockman? Mr. Posey? No. Mr. Posey votes no. Mrs. Lummis? No. Mrs. Lummis votes no. Mr. Schweikert? No. Mr. Schweikert votes no. Mr. Massey?
No.
Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Kramer?
No.
Mr. Kramer votes no. Mr. Bridenstine? Mr. Bridenstine votes no. Mr. Weber? No. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Stewart? No. Mr. Stewart votes no. Mr. Collins? No. Mr. Collins votes no. Ms. Johnson?
Aye.
Ms. Johnson votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Ms. Edwards? Ms. Edwards votes aye. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes aye. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Maffei?
No.
Mr. Maffei votes no. Mr. Grayson?
Aye.
Mr. Grayson votes aye. Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Mr. Barra? Mr. Barra votes aye. Ms. Esty? Ms. Esty votes aye. Mr. Vesey? Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Takano? Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, 15 members voted aye, 21 members voted nay.
In this vote, there were 16 ayes and 21 nays. The amendment is not agreed to. And the next item is the postponed roll call vote on the amendment offered by Ms. Edwards, amendment number 06 to the bill. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Smith?
No.
Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Rohrabacher?
No.
Mr. Rohrabacher votes no. Mr. Hall? No. Mr. Hall votes no. Mr. Sensenbrenner? Mr. Sensenbrenner votes no. Mr. Lucas? No. Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Nagebauer? Mr. Nagebauer votes no. Mr. McCall? Mr. Brown? No. Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Plazo? No. Mr. Plazo votes no. Mr. Brooks? No. Mr. Brooks votes no. Mr. Holtgren? Mr. Holtgren votes no. Mr. Bouchon? No. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Stockman? No. Mr. Stockman votes no. Mr. Posey? Mr. Posey votes no. Mrs. Lummis? Mrs. Lummis votes no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert votes no. Mr. Massey? No. Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Kramer?
No.
Mr. Kramer votes no. Mr. Bridenstine?
No.
Mr. Bridenstine votes no. Mr. Weber? No. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Stewart? No. Mr. Stewart votes no. Mr. Collins? No. Mr. Collins votes no. Ms. Johnson? Ms. Johnson votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Ms. Edwards? Ms. Edwards votes aye. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes aye. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Swalwell?
Aye.
Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Maffei?
Aye.
Mr. Maffei votes aye. Mr. Grayson?
Aye.
Mr. Grayson votes aye. Mr. Kennedy? Aye. Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mr. Peters? Aye. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Mr. Barra? Mr. Barra votes aye. Ms. Esty? Ms. Esty votes aye. Mr. Vesey? Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Takano? Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes aye.
The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, 16 members voted aye, 21 members voted nay.
In this vote, there were 16 ayes, 21 nays. The amendment is not agreed to. The next item is the postponed roll call on the amendment offered by Ms. Edwards, amendment number 21 to the bill. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Smith?
No.
Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Rohrabacher?
No.
Mr. Rohrabacher votes no. Mr. Hall? Mr. Hall votes no. Mr. Sensenbrenner? Mr. Sensenbrenner votes no. Mr. Lucas? Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Nagebauer? Mr. Nagebauer votes no. Mr. McCall? Mr. Brown? No. Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Plazo? No. Mr. Plazo votes no. Mr. Brooks? No. Mr. Brooks votes no. Mr. Holtgren? No. Mr. Holtgren votes no. Mr. Bouchon? Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Stockman? Mr. Stockman votes no. Mr. Posey? Mr. Posey votes no. Mrs. Lummis? Mrs. Lummis votes no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Kramer? Mr. Kramer votes no. Mr. Bridenstine? Mr. Bridenstine votes no. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Stewart? Mr. Stewart votes no. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins votes no. Ms. Johnson? Ms. Johnson votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Ms. Edwards? Ms. Edwards votes aye. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes aye. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Swalwell?
Aye.
Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Maffei?
No.
Mr. Maffei votes no. Mr. Grayson?
Aye.
Mr. Grayson votes aye. Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Mr. Barra? Mr. Barra votes aye. Ms. Esty? Ms. Esty votes aye. Mr. Vesey? Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Takano? Mr. Takano votes aye. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, 17 members voted aye, 22 members voted nay.
In this vote, there were 17 ayes, 22 nays. The amendment is not agreed to. Next item is the postponed roll call vote on the amendment offered by Ms. Edwards, number 22, to the bill. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Smith?
No.
Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Rohrabacher? No. Mr. Rohrabacher votes no. Mr. Hall? No. Mr. Hall votes no. Mr. Sensenbrenner? No. Mr. Sensenbrenner votes no. Mr. Lucas? Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Nagebauer? Mr. Nagebauer votes no. Mr. McCall? Mr. Brown? No. Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Plazo? Mr. Plazo votes no. Mr. Brooks? Mr. Brooks votes no. Mr. Holtgren? Mr. Holtgren votes no. Mr. Bouchon? Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Stockman? Mr. Stockman votes no. Mr. Posey? Mr. Posey votes no. Mrs. Lummis? Mrs. Lummis votes no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Kramer? Mr. Kramer votes no. Mr. Bridenstine? Mr. Bridenstine votes no. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Stewart? Mr. Stewart votes no. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins votes no. Ms. Johnson? Ms. Johnson votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Ms. Edwards? Ms. Edwards votes aye. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes aye. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Maffei?
No.
Mr. Maffei votes no. Mr. Grayson?
Aye.
Mr. Grayson votes aye. Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Mr. Barra? Mr. Barra votes aye. Ms. Esty? Ms. Esty votes aye. Mr. Vesey? Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Takano? Mr. Takano votes aye. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, 17 members voted aye, 22 members voted nay.
In this vote, there were 17 ayes, 22 nays. The amendment is not agreed to. Next item is the postponed roll call vote on the amendment offered by Mr. Maffei, number 12 on the bill. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Smith?
No.
Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Rohrabacher? Mr. Rohrabacher votes no. Mr. Hall? Mr. Hall votes no. Mr. Sensenbrenner? Mr. Sensenbrenner votes no. Mr. Lucas? Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Nagebauer? Mr. Nagebauer votes no. Mr. McCall? Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Plazo? Mr. Plazo votes no. Mr. Brooks? Mr. Brooks votes no. Mr. Holtgren? Mr. Holtgren votes no. Mr. Bouchon? Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Stockman. Mr. Stockman votes no. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes no. Mrs. Lummis. Mrs. Lummis votes no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert votes no. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer votes no. Mr. Bridenstine. Mr. Bridenstine votes no. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stewart votes no. Mr. Collins. Mr. Collins votes no. Ms. Johnson. Ms. Johnson votes aye. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Lipinski. Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Ms. Edwards. Ms. Edwards votes aye. Ms. Wilson. Ms. Wilson votes aye. Ms. Bonamici. Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Maffei. Mr. Maffei votes aye. Mr. Grayson.
Aye.
Mr. Grayson votes aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Mr. Barra. Mr. Barra votes aye. Ms. Esty. Ms. Esty votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Brownlee. Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Takano. Mr. Takano votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye.
The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, 18 members voted aye, 21 members voted nay.
In this vote, there are 18 ayes and 21 nays. The amendment is not agreed to. The next item is the postponed roll call vote of the amendment offered by Mr. Takano of California, amendment number 14. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Smith.
No.
Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Rohrabacher. No. Mr. Rohrabacher votes no. Mr. Hall. No. Mr. Hall votes no. Mr. Sensenbrenner. Mr. Sensenbrenner votes no. Mr. Lucas. No. Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Nagebauer. Mr. Nagebauer votes no. Mr. McCall. Mr. Brown. No. Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Plazo. No. Mr. Plazo votes no. Mr. Brooks. No. Mr. Brooks votes no. Mr. Holtgren. Mr. Holtgren votes no. Mr. Bouchon. No. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Stockman. Mr. Stockman votes no. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes no. Mrs. Lummis. Mrs. Lummis votes no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert votes no. Mr. Massey. No. Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Kramer. No. Mr. Kramer votes no. Mr. Bridenstine. No. Mr. Bridenstine votes no. Mr. Weber. Negative. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Stewart. No. Mr. Stewart votes no. Mr. Collins. No. Mr. Collins votes no. Ms. Johnson. Aye. Ms. Johnson votes aye. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Lipinski. Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Ms. Edwards. Ms. Edwards votes aye. Ms. Wilson. Ms. Wilson votes aye. Ms. Bonamici. Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Maffei. Mr. Maffei votes aye. Mr. Grayson.
Aye.
Mr. Grayson votes aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters votes aye. Mr. Kilmer. Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Mr. Barra. Mr. Barra votes aye. Ms. Esty. Ms. Esty votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Brownlee. Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Takano. Mr. Takano votes aye. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Kelly votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, 18 members voted aye, 21 members voted nay.
This vote, there were 18 ayes, 21 nays. The amendment is not agreed to. The next item is the postponed roll call vote of the amendment offered by Ms. Brownlee, number 37. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Smith.
No.
Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Rohrabacher. Nope. Mr. Rohrabacher votes no. Mr. Hall. No. Mr. Hall votes no. Mr. Sensenbrenner. Mr. Sensenbrenner votes no. Mr. Lucas. No. Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Nagebauer. No. Mr. Nagebauer votes no. Mr. McCall. Mr. Brown. No. Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Plazo. No. Mr. Plazo votes no. Mr. Brooks. No. Mr. Brooks votes no. Mr. Holtgren. No. Mr. Holtgren votes no. Mr. Bouchon. No. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Stockman. Mr. Stockman votes no. Mr. Posey. No. Mr. Posey votes no. Mrs. Lummis. No. Mrs. Lummis votes no. Mr. Schweikert. Negative. Mr. Schweikert votes no. Mr. Massey. No. Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Kramer? No. Mr. Kramer votes no. Mr. Bridenstine? Mr. Bridenstine votes no. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Stewart? Mr. Stewart votes no. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins votes no. Ms. Johnson? Aye. Ms. Johnson votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Ms. Edwards? Ms. Edwards votes aye. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Wilson votes aye. Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Maffei? Mr. Maffei votes aye. Mr. Grayson?
Affirmative, and I'm positive.
Mr. Grayson votes aye. Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Mr. Barra? Mr. Barra votes aye. Ms. Esty? Ms. Esty votes aye. Mr. Vesey? Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Takano? Mr. Takano votes aye. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman?
Who seeks recognition? The gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall.
How am I recorded?
Mr. McCall, I do not have a recorded vote for you.
That's kind of what I thought. I vote no.
Thank you. Mr. McCall votes no.
The clerk will report it.
Mr. Chairman, 18 members voted aye, 22 members voted nay.
In this vote, there are 18 ayes and 22 nays. The amendment is not agreed to. The next item is the postponed roll call on the amendment offered by Ms. Johnson, amendment number 4. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Smith?
No.
Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Rohrabacher? Mr. Rohrabacher votes no. Mr. Hall? Mr. Hall votes no. Mr. Sensenbrenner? Mr. Sensenbrenner votes no. Mr. Lucas? Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Nagebauer? Mr. Nagebauer votes no. Mr. McCall? No. Mr. McCall votes no. Mr. Brown? No. Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Palazzo? No. Mr. Palazzo votes no. Mr. Brooks? No. Mr. Brooks votes no. Mr. Holtgren? No. Mr. Holtgren votes no. Mr. Bouchon? No. Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Stockman? Mr. Stockman votes no. Mr. Posey? No. Mr. Posey votes no. Mrs. Lummis? No. Mrs. Lummis votes no. Mr. Schweikert? No. Mr. Schweikert votes no. Mr. Massey? No. Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Kramer? No. Mr. Kramer votes no. Mr. Bridenstine? No. Mr. Bridenstine votes no. Mr. Weber? No. Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Stewart? No. Mr. Stewart votes no. Mr. Collins? No. Mr. Collins votes no. Ms. Johnson? Ms. Johnson votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Yes. Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Lipinski? Aye. Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Ms. Edwards? Aye. Ms. Edwards votes aye. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Bonamici? Aye. Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Aye. Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Maffei?
Aye.
Mr. Maffei votes aye. Mr. Grayson?
Aye.
Mr. Grayson votes aye. Mr. Kennedy? Aye. Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Mr. Barra? Mr. Barra votes aye. Ms. Esty? Ms. Esty votes aye. Mr. Vesey? Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Takano? Mr. Takano votes aye. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, 17 members voted aye, 22 members voted nay.
This vote, there are 17 ayes, 22 nays. The amendment is not agreed to. The next item is the postponed roll call vote on amendment offered by Ms. Edwards, number 8. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Smith?
No.
Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Rohrabacher? Mr. Rohrabacher votes no. Mr. Hall? Mr. Hall votes no. Mr. Sensenbrenner? Mr. Sensenbrenner votes no. Mr. Lucas? Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Nagebauer? Mr. Nagebauer votes no. Mr. McCall? No. Mr. McCall votes no. Mr. Brown? No. Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Palazzo? No. Mr. Palazzo votes no. Mr. Brooks? No. Mr. Brooks votes no. Mr. Holtgren? No. Mr. Holtgren votes no. Mr. Bouchon? Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Stockman? Mr. Stockman votes no. Mr. Posey? Mr. Posey votes no. Mrs. Lummis? Mrs. Lummis votes no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Kramer? Mr. Kramer votes no. Mr. Bridenstine? Mr. Bridenstine votes no. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Stewart? Mr. Stewart votes no. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins votes no. Ms. Johnson? Ms. Johnson votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Ms. Edwards? Ms. Edwards votes aye. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Swalwell?
Aye.
Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Maffei?
No.
Mr. Maffei votes no. Mr. Grayson?
No.
Mr. Grayson votes no. Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Mr. Barra? Mr. Barra votes aye. Ms. Esty? Ms. Esty votes aye. Mr. Vesey? Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Takano? Mr. Takano votes aye. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, 15 members voted aye, 24 members voted nay.
On this vote, there were 15 ayes, 24 nays. The amendment is not agreed to. The next item is the postponed roll call on the amendment offered by Ms. Edwards, number 11. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Smith?
No.
Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Rohrabacher? Mr. Rohrabacher votes no. Mr. Hall? Mr. Hall votes no. Mr. Sensenbrenner? Mr. Sensenbrenner votes no. Mr. Lucas? Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Nagebauer? Mr. Nagebauer votes no. Mr. McCall? Mr. McCall votes no. Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Plazo? Mr. Plazo votes no. Mr. Brooks? Mr. Brooks votes no. Mr. Holtgren? Mr. Holtgren votes no. Mr. Bouchon? Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Stockman? Mr. Stockman votes no. Mr. Posey? Mr. Posey votes no. Mrs. Lummis? Mrs. Lummis votes no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Kramer? Mr. Kramer votes no. Mr. Bridenstine? Mr. Bridenstine votes no. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Stewart? Mr. Stewart votes no. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins votes no. Ms. Johnson? Ms. Johnson votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Ms. Edwards? Ms. Edwards votes aye. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Swalwell?
Aye.
Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Maffei?
No.
Mr. Maffei votes no. Mr. Grayson?
No.
Mr. Grayson votes no. Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Mr. Barra? Mr. Barra votes aye. Ms. Esty? Ms. Esty votes aye. Mr. Vesey? Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Takano? Mr. Takano votes aye. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, 15 members voted aye, 24 members voted nay.
In this vote, there are 15 ayes, 24 nays. The amendment is not agreed to. Next item is a postponed roll call on the amendment offered by Ms. Edwards, amendment number 23. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Smith?
No.
Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Rohrabacher? Mr. Rohrabacher votes, I'm sorry, yes? Mr. Rohrabacher votes no. Mr. Hall? Mr. Hall votes no. Mr. Sensenbrenner? Mr. Sensenbrenner votes no. Mr. Lucas? Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Nagebauer? Mr. Nagebauer votes no. Mr. McCall? Mr. McCall votes no. Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Plazo? Mr. Plazo votes no. Mr. Brooks? Mr. Brooks votes no. Mr. Holtgren? Mr. Holtgren votes no. Mr. Bouchon? Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Stockman? Mr. Stockman votes no. Mr. Posey? Mr. Posey votes no. Mrs. Lummis? Mrs. Lummis votes no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Kramer? Mr. Kramer votes no. Mr. Bridenstine? Mr. Bridenstine votes no. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Stewart? Mr. Stewart votes no. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins votes no. Ms. Johnson? Ms. Johnson votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Ms. Edwards? Ms. Edwards votes aye. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Maffei?
Aye.
Mr. Maffei votes aye. Mr. Grayson?
Aye.
Mr. Grayson votes aye. Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Mr. Barra? Mr. Barra votes aye. Ms. Esty? Ms. Esty votes aye. Mr. Vesey? Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Takano? Mr. Takano votes aye. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, 17 members voted aye, 22 members voted nay.
This vote, there were 17 ayes, 22 nays. The amendment is not agreed to. The next item is the postponed roll call on the amendment offered by Ms. Edwards, amendment number 26, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Smith?
No.
Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Rohrabacher? Mr. Rohrabacher votes no. Mr. Hall? Mr. Hall votes no. Mr. Sensenbrenner? Mr. Sensenbrenner votes no. Mr. Lucas? Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Nagebauer? Mr. Nagebauer votes no. Mr. McCall? Mr. McCall votes no. Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Plazo? Mr. Plazo votes no. Mr. Brooks? Mr. Brooks votes no. Mr. Holtgren? Mr. Holtgren votes no. Mr. Bouchon? Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Stockman? Mr. Stockman votes no. Mr. Posey? Mr. Posey votes no. Mrs. Lummis? Mrs. Lummis votes no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Kramer? Mr. Kramer votes no. Mr. Bridenstine? Mr. Bridenstine votes no. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Stewart? Mr. Stewart votes no. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins votes no. Ms. Johnson? Ms. Johnson votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Ms. Edwards? Ms. Edwards votes aye. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Maffei? Mr. Maffei votes aye. Mr. Grayson?
Aye.
Mr. Grayson votes aye. Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Mr. Barra? Mr. Barra votes aye. Ms. Esty? Ms. Esty votes aye. Mr. Vesey? Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Takano? Mr. Takano votes aye. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, 17 members voted aye, 22 members voted nay.
This vote, there were 17 ayes, 22 nays. The amendment is not agreed to. The next item is a postponed roll call on the amendment offered by Mr. Barra, amendment number 18. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Smith?
No.
Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Rohrabacher? Mr. Rohrabacher votes no. Mr. Hall? Mr. Hall votes no. Mr. Sensenbrenner? Mr. Sensenbrenner votes no. Mr. Lucas? Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Nagebauer? Mr. Nagebauer votes no. Mr. McCall? Mr. McCall votes no. Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Plazo? Mr. Plazo votes no. Mr. Brooks? Mr. Brooks votes no. Mr. Holtgren? Mr. Holtgren votes no. Mr. Bouchon? Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Stockman? Mr. Stockman votes no. Mr. Posey? Mr. Posey votes no. Mrs. Lummis? Mrs. Lummis votes no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Kramer? Mr. Kramer votes no. Mr. Bridenstine? Mr. Bridenstine votes no. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Stewart? Mr. Stewart votes no. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins votes no. Ms. Johnson? Ms. Johnson votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Ms. Edwards? Ms. Edwards votes aye. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Maffei? Mr. Maffei votes aye. Mr. Grayson?
Aye.
Mr. Grayson votes aye. Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Mr. Barra? Mr. Barra votes aye. Ms. Esty? Ms. Esty votes aye. Mr. Vesey? Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Takano? Mr. Takano votes aye. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, 17 members voted aye, 22 members voted nay.
This vote, there were 17 ayes, 22 nays. The amendment is not agreed to. Next item is the postponed roll call vote on the amendment offered by Ms. Johnson, number 7.
Mr. Smith?
No.
Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Rohrabacher? Mr. Rohrabacher votes yes. Mr. Hall? Mr. Hall votes no. Mr. Sensenbrenner? Mr. Sensenbrenner votes aye. Mr. Lucas? Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Nagebauer? Mr. Nagebauer votes no. Mr. McCall? Mr. McCall votes no. Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Plazo? Mr. Plazo votes no. Mr. Brooks? Mr. Brooks votes no. Mr. Holtgren? Mr. Holtgren votes no. Mr. Bouchon? Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Stockman? Mr. Stockman votes aye. Mr. Posey? Mr. Posey votes no. Mrs. Lummis? Mrs. Lummis votes no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Kramer? Mr. Kramer votes no. Mr. Bridenstine? Mr. Bridenstine votes no. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Stewart? Mr. Stewart votes no. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins votes no. Ms. Johnson? Ms. Johnson votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Ms. Edwards? Ms. Edwards votes aye. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Aye. Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Maffei?
Aye.
Mr. Maffei votes aye. Mr. Grayson?
Aye.
Mr. Grayson votes aye. Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Mr. Barra? Mr. Barra votes aye. Ms. Esty? Ms. Esty votes aye. Mr. Vesey? Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Takano? Mr. Takano votes aye. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes aye.
The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, 20 members voted aye, 19 members voted nay.
On this vote, there were 20 ayes, 19 nays. The amendment is agreed to. We will now go to our last amendment of the day. This is a postponed roll call on the amendment offered by Ms. Johnson. I don't have a number on this. Number 28. And the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Smith?
No.
Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Rohrabacher? Mr. Rohrabacher votes no. Mr. Hall? Mr. Hall votes no. Mr. Sensenbrenner? Mr. Sensenbrenner votes no. Mr. Lucas? Mr. Lucas votes no. Mr. Nagebauer? Mr. Nagebauer votes no. Mr. McCall? Mr. McCall votes no. Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Plazo? Mr. Plazo votes no. Mr. Brooks? Mr. Brooks votes no. Mr. Holtgren? Mr. Holtgren votes no. Mr. Bouchon? Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Stockman? Mr. Stockman votes no. Mr. Posey? Mr. Posey votes no. Mrs. Lummis? Mrs. Lummis votes no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Kramer? Mr. Kramer votes no. Mr. Bridenstine? Mr. Bridenstine votes no. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes no. Mr. Stewart? Mr. Stewart votes no. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins votes no. Ms. Johnson? Ms. Johnson votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes aye. Ms. Edwards? Ms. Edwards votes aye. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Maffei? Mr. Maffei votes aye. Mr. Grayson?
Aye.
Mr. Grayson votes aye. Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes aye. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes aye. Mr. Barra? Mr. Barra votes aye. Ms. Esty? Ms. Esty votes aye. Mr. Vesey? Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee votes aye. Mr. Takano? Mr. Takano votes aye. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, 17 members voted aye, 22 members voted nay.
This vote, there were 17 ayes, 22 nays. The amendment is not agreed to. Reporting quorum being present, the question is on the bill. H.R. 2687 is amended. Those in favor say aye.
Mr. Chairman, I request a record vote.
Okay. A roll call vote has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Smith votes aye. Mr. Rohrabacher? Mr. Rohrabacher votes aye. Mr. Hall? Mr. Hall votes aye. Mr. Sensenbrenner? Mr. Sensenbrenner votes aye. Mr. Lucas? Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Nagebauer? Mr. Nagebauer votes aye. Mr. McCall? Mr. McCall votes aye. Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown votes aye. Mr. Plazo? Mr. Plazo votes aye. Mr. Brooks? Mr. Brooks votes aye. Mr. Holtgren? Mr. Holtgren votes aye. Mr. Bouchon? Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Stockman? Mr. Stockman votes aye. Mr. Posey? Mr. Posey votes aye. Mrs. Lummis? Mrs. Lummis votes aye. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert votes aye. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes aye. Mr. Kramer? Mr. Kramer votes aye. Mr. Bridenstine? Mr. Bridenstine votes aye. Mr. Weber? Mr. Weber votes aye. Mr. Stewart? Mr. Stewart votes aye. Mr. Collins? Mr. Collins votes aye. Ms. Johnson?
No.
Ms. Johnson votes no. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes no. Mr. Lipinski? Mr. Lipinski votes no. Ms. Edwards? Ms. Edwards votes no. Ms. Wilson? Ms. Bonamici? Ms. Bonamici votes no. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Maffei? Mr. Maffei votes no. Mr. Grayson?
No.
Mr. Grayson votes no. Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Kennedy votes no. Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters votes no. Mr. Kilmer? Mr. Kilmer votes no. Mr. Barra? Mr. Barra votes no. Ms. Esty? Ms. Esty votes no. Mr. Vesey? Mr. Vesey votes no. Ms. Brownlee? Ms. Brownlee votes no. Mr. Takano? Mr. Takano votes no. Ms. Kelly? Ms. Kelly votes no.
And the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, 22 members voted aye, 17 members voted nay.
The ayes have it, and the bill as amended is ordered reported favorably. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table, and I move that the bill H.R. 2687 as amended be favorably reported to the House, and the staff be authorized to make any necessary technical and conforming changes, and without objection, so ordered. If there's no further discussion, that completes our business. And does the gentlewoman seek to be recognized?
Yes. Mr. Chairman, I just simply want to thank you for allowing the discussion and the amendments today. They were presented in very sincere fashion, and I want to thank you for the time and thank you for the cooperation of all the members. We clearly see it differently, but that's democracy.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I appreciate those comments very much. Also appreciate the participation and presence by virtually all members today. That's good for us, good for the committee, and good for debate. And with that, the committee stands adjourned. Thank you, Eddie Bernice. That was nice.